now. And so you have those. And Ginger Ann's just came in. Thank you. Great. So I'm going to take a minute and just finish that and copy and paste. Get that done. Alrighty.
Yeah, the meeting popped up on YouTube, and there it is.
Great. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Lynn, would you like to start us off with a welcome?
I would. It's very, very nice to see everybody. The Wisconsin Arts Board really appreciates everybody taking all of their time to review these grants and how important it is to those people that will be receiving the grants. It really, as all of you probably know, how important those grants are, especially this past year. So thank you very, very much for being here. So do I start right away with our brief Arts Board thing, which isn't real brief? So the Wisconsin
I think we'll do introductions.
Okay.
I know it isn't.
Okay.
Hey, Lynn,
it wasn't on the list, but
let's do introductions first.
Okay, that's great. So I'm Lynn Ritchie. I'm on the Wisconsin Arts Board, and I also am the president of the board of Land O'Lakes Arts, or LOLA, located in Land O'Lakes, Wisconsin. We're one of those little border communities with the state of Michigan. So small community, but doing a great thing. Shall I just have everybody do in just
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
I'll go next and
Okay.
just say thank you, Lynn, for chairing. Lynn is one of our 15 board members and brings a great perspective to the work. I'm Karen Geschko. I'm the assistant director at the Wisconsin Arts Board. And as you go around and introduce yourselves, if you could give your name, where your city, and if you're associated with an organization, put that out there. If you're an artist, talk just a little bit about your discipline. About a minute, just to give context to maybe why you said yes when you were invited to serve on this particular panel about local arts development and nurturing that work. Having said all of that, maybe I can just go to the right on my screen and say, Dale, you're up next.
Okay, I'm Dale Johnson, a Grants and Information Specialist here at the Arts Board. I'll probably turn my video off too and just be a voice in the background as I tabulate the scores for you today.
Thank you. Yes, Dale fulfills a critical function, as does Caitlin in this meeting today. Next to Dale, I have Ginger Ann on my screen.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Ginger Ann. My background is in bioarchaeology and acting. So professionally, I work in science art fusion and creating different kinds of science art fusion programming. I'm also on the board of directors for the Madison Youth Art Center. I serve on the community advisory board for the Overture, and I'm the vice chair of the Madison Arts Commission, which is going to be my last year because I'm timing out of the commission. So bittersweet. It's been a while with that position.
Thank you. Katie, I have you next.
Hi, my name is Katie Avila Lockmiller. I am based in Milwaukee. I'm an artist and writer, performer, all the things. But I run a Latina artist collective called Luna, and also I'm a part of a women of color led performing arts collective as well called Herd Space. And so I'm here. Equity, particularly racial equity, is really, really important to me. So that is why I am on this board for this year. So thanks. It is early, so thanks. I'm like, word. So.
Thank you for serving on the panel, for sure. Carolyn, I have you next on my screen.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn Nelson Kavayets. I am from Superior, Wisconsin. I am the director of Sterling Silver Studio, which is a performing arts school here in Superior. We're celebrating our 30th anniversary this year. I am also the director of an organization called the Ultimate Talent Connection, which is a collaborative performing arts organization that brings dance, twirling, and performing arts organizations together throughout our region for various performance and competitive opportunities. I am the Vice President of Superior Council for the Arts and serve on several community boards here in the city of Superior. And one of my passions is getting involved in community-based arts planning, events, and organizations.
Thank you. Melinda, you're next.
Hello, I am Melinda Childs. I live in the North Woods of Wisconsin, not too far from Lynn, but not as north as Lynn. I'm in between Tomahawk and Rhinelander in the woods, and I work with Art Start, which is based in Rhinelander, and also with Nicolay College. And I have sort of a hybrid position between the two organizations doing community and cultural development work. And I have had so much assistance from Karen and Caitlin and Dale, and like last minute requests and help and everything from advice to, you know, well, you all know because you've all been there. So when I was asked, you know, there's definitely the giving back. And I also believe the work that I do is really based around what arts can offer to a community, how it can enliven it and create vibrant communities and bring people together and solve challenges, hopefully, and create dialogue. So this is just a fun panel to be on to see what's going on around the rest of the state. And I agree with Katie, this is very early for me. In the year of COVID, my kids have been virtual school and I've been working from home. So our schedule's been a bit different. And I think this is only my second 8 a.m. meeting, if you can believe that, in the year. So I'm, you know, drinking my tea. I'll get there.
I will tell you that my children said to me last night, "Who sets an 8 a.m. meeting, Mom?"
Right?
I said, "Me." Ken, you're up next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ken Carlson. I live in the southwest corner of the state in Viroqua. I work for Minneapolis-based Arts Midwest, and my role there is to coordinate a program called Arts Midwest World Fest that brings international and soon domestic ensembles to small communities in the 9-state region that Arts Midwest serves. Melinda, I was thinking of you because one of our great residencies was with Nicolay College, and have so many nice memories from that, workshops in Tomahawk. So really nice to think about that connection. Thank you. At Arts Midwest, we use we make use of panels for some of the work that we do as well, and so we're keenly aware of why they're so important and why they're so valuable. And so when the opportunity came to me to turn around and give back, it was an easy choice. And it's I think, as someone else mentioned, fun to get to know a little bit about organizations in the state and what they're doing. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. And Caitlin, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself one more time, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning again. I'm Caitlin Burrell. I'm the Folk and Traditional Arts Coordinator at the Arts Board. And part of that work is convening a creative community as the Folk and Traditional Arts and the Arts Education subcategory. So those are week after next. So this is always a good kind of run through in advance of my panels. So just grateful for your all's time and expertise this morning, and glad to kind of listen behind the scenes.
Indeed. Thank you. All right, Lynn, if you want to run through, we're going to ask your patience, everyone, and your ears. We do orientation via script because we want to make sure that every panel gets exactly the same information and we're very consistent. So that means doing some reading. And here we go. At the end of it, we'll ask if you have any questions before we get started too. Okay.
The Wisconsin Arts Board, established in 1973, is a state agency which nurtures creativity, cultural expression, promotes the arts, supports the arts and education, stimulates community and economic development, and serves as a resource for people of every culture and heritage. Our vision is inspired by a quote from the late Robert E. Gard, Professor Emeritus of Community Theater, University of Wisconsin. If we are seeking in America, let it be for the reality of democracy in the arts. Let art begin at home, let it spread through the children and the parents, and through the schools and through the institutions and through government. And let us start by acceptance, not negation, acceptance that the arts are important everywhere and that they can exist and flourish in small places as well as large, with money or without it. According to the will of the people, let us all put firmly and permanently aside the cliche that the arts are a frill. Let us accept the goodness of the art where we are now and expand its worth in the places where people live. We embrace this vision. It guides our beliefs that the arts are basic to human life and essential to the human spirit. The Wisconsin Arts Board values imagination, creativity, curiosity, freedom of expression, respect, and appreciation for all cultures and people, artistic quality, a board definition of the arts, audience and patrons' development, and community engagement. A major portion of the agency's biannual appropriation from the Wisconsin State Legislature is distributed to eligible artists and nonprofit organizations in the form of matching grants. Additional funds for grants are also allocated to the Wisconsin Arts Board by the National Endowment for the Arts, a federal agency. The board itself consists of 15 voting members who are appointed by the governor of Wisconsin. These members serve without compensation for a minimum of 1 3-year term. Members of the board are responsible for establishing the agency's policies and programs and for approving all grant awards. The board meets a minimum of 4 times per year. All meetings are open to the public. The board employs an executive director. As the chief administrative officer, the director supervises the Wisconsin Arts Board staff, programs, and day-to-day operations. The agency's full-time program staff implements policies and programs, including grants, and provides technical and informational services to the public. So next is staff.
Yep, I was muted. I think I would know it. Okay, the aims and objectives of this particular panel. The local arts component of the Creative Communities Grant Panel supports the creation and development of the arts at the local level. The goals are to encourage broad public participation at the local level in the planning and development of a variety of arts experiences and services, including those that respect and promote the diverse cultural traditions of their community. To increase the ability of local arts organizations to serve their communities and to support creative work and cultivate expression.
The role of the panelists. Your role today is to provide expert assistance to the Wisconsin Arts Board in grant-making decisions and to help keep the board informed regarding needs and trends that you see. Today, you will be reviewing grant applications according to the established review criteria and making recommendations to the board. We would like you to apprise the board of needs and trends within your field and community, either through your general discussion of applications or in written assessment for the board consideration. We would greatly welcome your input, and we would value any suggestions and recommendations you would like to make on the whole grant evaluation process. Role of the panel chair. The role of the panel chair is both informational and procedural. The chair is responsible for providing information regarding the Wisconsin Arts Board policy and ensuring that the panel meetings progress in an orderly fashion according to established procedures. The chair is a non-voting facilitator whose job it is to ensure that each panelist's point of view is given ample consideration throughout the review of each application. The panel chair convenes the meeting, reviews the board conflict of interest policy, and determines whether policy conflicts exist, guides the panel through the review by serving as timekeeper and discussion monitor. Panelists should focus their deliberation on how each application proposal meets the established criteria. The chair may occasionally need to refocus the panel towards that end. Panel discussion should always be constructive, regardless of whether it is positive or negative. At the May board meeting, the panel chair will report the panel's recommendation. A written report of these recommendations and a summary of this meeting will be provided by staff to suddenly my tongue, to facilitate this process. The panel chair will provide additional details if requested by the board. The chair may also wish to comment on any trends or needs identified by the panel, or make general observations regarding the overall nature of the grant request. We would greatly value constructive comments and remarks on each application. Panel comments are available to all applicants, and a link to the recorded discussion of their application is provided when they are notified of the outcome of their grant application.
And I will say that the link will be just to the YouTube as a whole, the YouTube recording. We have yet to adapt this to the realities of Zoom, I think. The role of staff. I can answer technical questions like eligibility issues or whether the applicant submitted the required budgets. Did this applicant ask for assistance from me in the grant writing process, etc. I cannot make any qualitative artistic judgments or tell you what I think of their work. In terms of criteria, each application will be evaluated based on the purpose of the Creative Communities program, the goals for the local arts component, and specifically on the criteria areas outlined on your score sheets. So they have been before you throughout your review. In terms of scoring recommendations, you will be asked to score each application individually from 1 to 5. However you score, please be consistent throughout the day. Don't score hard at first and then get easier, or vice versa. The panel sheets will then be collected and the points will be averaged and announced. If you don't give a perfect score, and of course you won't in every instance, then explain why in written or verbal comments. You'll then look at the ranking at the end of the day to identify whether or not you see natural breaks within the scoring. And you'll determine where you want to put the floor beneath which score no applications will receive funding. You have already vetted an earlier version of these applications in phase 1, so it's presumed that the bulk of these are worthy of funding. However, based on the additional information provided in these phase 2 applications, the panel may decide that some do not fully meet the funding criteria and so are not recommended for funding. Please note that if an applicant has received less than 10 points, they are automatically taken out of consideration for a grant in this year as an average total. You will not be asked to deal with dollar amounts.
What happens next in the process? As noted previously, the panel chair takes a panel recommendation to the full board. After review and ratification of the panel's recommendation by the Arts Board members at this meeting, applicants will be notified of grant decisions by the end of May. Conflict of interest. You have received the conflict of interest form. In the unlikely circumstances that you are asked to review an application of an organization with which you or a person with whom you are familiar relationship are associated, we ask you to withdraw from all considerations of the application, including participating in the subsequent stages of discussions regarding the applicant's relative ranking. The panel should not take any action on any application which would financially benefit a member of the advisory panel or someone with whom a member has familial relationships. Panelists should be upfront about their ability to judge an application's objectivity. The perception of conflict should also be considered and avoided. And I did review the signed forms.
Great, thank you. And so that phrase familial relationship is a hard one. It's a tongue twister in the morning. The only conflict I believe that we have is Katie's with Arts at Large. And so Katie, when we get to that one, we will ask you to turn your camera off and actually step away and just watch your watch for like 8 minutes and then come back in. Another alternative is for me to just email you when you can come back in, but I don't know what the lag time is. So if we're all comfortable with simply having you time out at 8 minutes, that would be great. And if we're still talking, you can step away from your mic again for a little bit, or your speakers.
Karen, if I can
Yeah.
If I can interrupt, I'll be needing to do the same for Creative Portage.
Well, thank you. Yes, thank you. So Ken will do the same for Creative Portage. Anyone else I missed or forgot? Okay, thank you. Recording the meeting. As you've already observed, this meeting is being recorded because it's an open meeting and because we want applicants to be able to access it and learn from the process, and because it's a transparent open meeting process. We will not ask observers to identify themselves. In fact, with this current format, they would be unable to do so. Regarding the appeals process, we'd like you to know that an applicant may only make an appeal based on procedural errors, not on the basis of an artistic judgment. And we've gone through the conflict of interest forms. So I believe we are ready to ask the panel if they have any questions before we start on our first application. We've given you a whole bunch of information. Most of it you'd had before, but you know, this is a good time to read. Thank you. Oh, panel meetings with little emojicons and things. It's a whole new world.
Are you going to review, are you going to review just the process, the review process too, the first reader, second reader, and comment?
Yes, and thank you for saying that, because not only am I going to do that, I am going to put it in the chat so you all have access to that, because that is a civilized thing to do and because Zoom allows me to do that. So let me pull that info up and I'll get that in there. This is how we are going to run this piece. Lynn, as she noted, is the timekeeper. And Lynn, if you would be so kind as to, just state the name of the application, and I can identify who the first reader is just as a prompt. And then you can give that primary reader, the presenting panelist, a 2-minute heads up. We're asking you all to put your initial review as first reader in about a 2-minute span. And then the second reader will have about a minute, and then we'll open it up to all 5 panelists. So when 2 minutes have gone by, Lynn, if you could let the first panelist know, that doesn't mean you have to stop talking if you have more to say. It's just helping you be aware of the time. And then Lynn, when we're about 2 minutes from the end of that 10-minute time period, if discussion is still going on, you could just simply say 2 minutes and let them know that it's time to wind up the conversation. I will say that sometimes if you're engaging in a really challenging application and you really need more time, we will give you that. Lynn, this isn't meant to make you into totally a militant chair, but it is helpful to have someone keeping an eye on the clock. Alrighty, I'm posting this into the chat right now. Thank you for that, Melinda. Anybody else have questions? Lynn, including you.
No.
There we go. Okay. Any wisdom from those who have gone before, Carolyn or Ginger Ann from last year? Are we ready to jump in? All right.
I think we're ready to jump in.
I think we are. Lynn, would you like to start us off with? Okay, so actually I thought art was the first one, but it's going to be arts at large.
Yeah.
So Katie, we're going to start you off by having you, oh, for heaven's sakes. I have no idea how I have you as the second.
Yeah, I know. And I should have said something earlier, but I did this. I didn't. I got confused and I was like, I don't know. And then I just never said anything. So anyways.
That's so okay. We're gonna start this off in a really flexible way, and we're gonna have Carolyn do her presentation. We're gonna have you back off the thing, and why don't you give us 10 minutes just because this is the first one, and then come back in and just open it up to the full panel after Carolyn is done.
So do you want me to sign off completely and come back, or?
No, I want you to turn your camera off and your mic off and just step away and get some water or something.
Okay, I can do that.
Thank you. Okay, great. All right, Carolyn.
Okay. Arts at Large. So this is located in the city of Milwaukee, and the project title is Arts at Large Maturing Artist Program virtual and targeted arts for high-risk populations. The start date of the project is 7/1, end date is 6/30/22. This is a new component of an existing project. And this really focuses on two populations, maturing artists and those older adults or adults that are memory loss patients and their caregivers, and providing options for them to participate in artistic projects. So one of the things that, I'm flipping back to Zoom here off of my notes. One of the things that this project does is employs older artists that are age 60 plus, and they put together art packages so that people that are participating in the art classes or arts cafe can have all of the materials and supplies that they need in order to complete projects. And then they, now with COVID being, a thing in our lives, they are recording their art classes, and then they're also doing, virtual art classes. So these artists will deliver the project supplies to various locations so that people that are living in residential facilities and things like that have access to the project supplies, and then they can participate in pre-recorded classes or virtual art classes. And so, I mean, of course, the strengths of this application are that they're, engaging, not only older adults and those and their caregivers and those people faced with memory care, dementia, and things like that. But then they're also employing artists that are 60 plus and maybe looking for work and things like that. So, it's really serving a couple of different populations.
2 minutes.
Okay, so that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the giving your take on the strengths of projects and weaknesses of the projects is a great way to kind of kick off the panel conversation and hand the baton to the second reader. And since there isn't a second reader on this one, you are all the second readers. So please feel free to jump in and share your thoughts on strengths and weaknesses of this particular proposal.
Well, I can echo some of what was already said. I thought the planning was seemed to me to be good. I thought the educational value, the artistic cultural value all seemed to be there for me. I like the way the artists themselves were consulted in terms of plans for this program extension. So I thought it looked like a good project.
Yeah, I also echo that. It was an excellent narrative that really highlighted the merits of the work that they're doing and pipelines of increasing artist training within this important area as well.
Great.
I feel like it was a strong application. I concur with all the comments said so far. I don't see anything else in my notes that hasn't been mentioned.
Okay. Then it sounds like, unless there's another comment, we can go ahead and score these. And the process of scoring, Dale, actually, I'm going to ask you to jump back in here since this is the first one and talk a little bit about how you would like people to do this. Will you see it immediately when they hit submit? Is that all that needs to happen?
Yeah, well, I'll be watching the Smart Simple compilation, so I should see your scores as they come in. But if you don't mind just saying I've submitted my score, that would help.
Okay, and we're submitting the score right underneath the guidelines for each section, right? In that just little open panel window.
Yeah, so you have a number that you'll be putting in each of those boxes.
Got it.
And when you filled them all out, you will hit submit.
I believe there's some
And
kind
if you
of
need to take,
isn't there a checkbox or something that says something I certify that you're doing
Yeah,
this on the
there
day
is
of the
at
meeting?
the
Yeah.
bottom, right?
So I think you may have to check that before you can submit. But other than that, yeah, just put the numbers in the boxes.
Now, does that close our, can we go back and add comments after this point or no? Okay,
Nope, if you need to take a moment and make comments, this is a really great time to do that.
okay.
Yep.
So that's, okay, sorry, I had this confusion with the scoring and comments and the additional comments. Are the scoring comments shared as well as the additional comments? Yes, okay.
Yep, it's a public record. Yeah.
The whole, that,
Yeah, and
I
so
got confused at the last, I hadn't, yeah, okay.
got it.
Most of
Yeah.
my
The
comments
additional comments is just, the additional comment section is just for the, doesn't fit into any other category, but I had a great idea, or I really love this, or do you know about this organization? You might want to connect with them, or, you know, whatever. Often it is empty, but if there's something that you really feel that you want to share that is not related to a criterion and will not affect their score, this is a place where you can put that.
So Dale, I think I've done it. I hope it shows up there. This is Ken.
Yes, I do see your score, Ken. Thank you.
Ken, I can tell you've done a lot of these meetings. You identify yourself, which is awesome. Given that you are the only man on this panel, I feel that he'll probably know who it is, but you go, man. And Dale, I don't know if you're watching the screen, but if you are, would an alternative be for them to just simply put up their emoji hand or, you know, whatever, if they don't want to state the words, or would you rather hear their voices?
I think the voice would help, since if I'm in Smart Simple, it blots out everything else. I can't see the rest of it.
Cool.
I've submitted my
Alrighty.
scores. This is Carolyn.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've also submitted my scores. This is Ginger.
Thank you. Yep, I see yours.
This is Melinda. I'm sorry to be a problem child, but I have saved draft to calculate in my score box. What am I doing wrong here? It won't let me enter a total.
You don't. That's a calculated field. I think just hit your save draft button and it should add them up for you.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Here we go.
All right, great.
Hey, are we ready to move on to the next one?
Not
We are, as
quite
soon as
yet. I'm
Katie
still
reads
waiting
back.
for Melinda's to be
Okay.
submitted. Yeah.
That's fine, because we're still waiting for Katie to join us, so that's good.
I had this like on super low, but I heard my name, so I figured.
Hey, awesome, great, perfect timing. We're getting one more score sheet in, and then we're off to the next one.
It's crazy how you can like hear your name. Like I like really couldn't hear anything. Then I was like, oh wait, did they say my name?
That's great. And it is fine, by the way, I should have said this in the beginning. It is not unusual for a panel to be, you know, as much as 15 minutes behind for the first few, and then, you know, the panel catches up with itself as time goes by. So,
Okay.
Lynn, I'm saying that mostly for you.
Yes. Okay, so
Should
yes.
have received my scores, Dale. Did they go through? It was lagging.
Yes, I do see it now. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're ready to start the next one, which is Art Root.
Great, thank you. And that would be Ken.
Yes, thank you. This is the Wall Poems of Racine, is I believe the project name. And it is an effort to take the work of local poets to the walls of buildings in Racine, where that poetry is illustrated and decorated with other art. I thought that it was a project that definitely included artistic cultural value. I thought based on the work samples and some of what I read in the narrative, I thought the quality of the work looks to be good. This was a project that had a pilot a year ago, so it was pretty easy as a result to get an idea of what the project is going to be, and to know that the organization has a handle already on what they're planning to do through this new project. It certainly seems to meet local artistic goals in that local arts goals in that we're working with local poetry, local buildings. And I would just note that it's appropriate for the community based on what I read in the narrative about the strength of poetry and the tradition of poetry in the Racine area, something that I found really interesting and appropriate. In terms of looking at who's going to lead this effort, Professor Waters and Nick, I'm sorry, Nick, I don't know your last name, seem like capable leaders. I also noted that there is a sweet little bit of succession work in this, in that Nick will take the lead this year, but he's going to be shadowed by someone who will then take the lead next year on this multi-year project.
We're at 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, I'm at 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that went quickly. I'll go more quickly, I'm sorry. Good mix of board, new and old, well planned, seems financially feasible. This is the primary project for their budget, so most of the budget is used up, but it makes sense. There are no paid staff. It obviously has some COVID proofness to it in that this is an outdoor project largely. Many partnerships, really strong work there with UW, the poetry community, building owners, government, neighborhood. The evaluation looked good. If there would be one question that I have, or one perhaps encouragement, it would be, was there a lot of evaluation after the pilot project? If there was, maybe I missed it. I don't recall seeing it in the proposal. But all in all, I thought a strong proposal. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ginger Ann.
Thanks, Lynn. I also concur this was a strong project. It highlighted that there was several nodes of community involvement within the project. One thing that is important to note that I felt is that this project was also based on 2016 listening sessions conducted by Visioning a Greater Racine about what was needed in Racine. So this is really looking at Racine's needs and the interests of the community. The one aspect, and this was not something that hindered the application at all, but one aspect that was described in the application as a goal was to enhance Racine's reputation as a place for creatives to live and work, which is important within community. But one area of, when I think of creative placemaking and a discussion that's comes up is when you have that as a goal, how do you avoid gentrification? Because that can often happen when you're attracting artists to the area. There's a lot of different community nodes for collaboration. So this isn't something that I felt took away from the application, but could strengthen the application in the future with the work that they're doing, if there's a little bit more about how that's balanced with their goal.
Great, thank you. Other panelists?
I also thought this was a pretty strong application, and yeah, really like what about the community engagement. I just felt like the budget felt a little low for what this is, and honestly, I just want to warn everyone. I may say that throughout, but I think that's like the nature of doing projects, is that we aim low. So I would just suggest. Yeah, and it doesn't really hinder the idea. I just want to encourage them to figure out how to potentially get more money and pay people more, because some of it seemed okay and some of it seemed very low, particularly the stipend for the coordinators over the amount of times felt very low.
I can jump on that comment. I had a similar note, just that it would be nice for the students to get a design stipend as well and be included in the budget. So I think it's a strong project and I'm very supportive, but I would echo that comment.
Carolyn, do you have anything to add?
Well, one of the things that I liked about the proposal was all of the different people that were involved in developing the project. They involved everyone from business owners to artists, community members, you know, and really voicing their opinion on the project and bringing it all together. And then as far as their board and staff, they had a long list of people from various professional backgrounds that were, you know, sitting on their board or that were staff members. And so I really appreciated the well-roundedness of people and opinions that went into pulling this project together.
Thank you. And I will thank you all for bringing up the question and issue of project budget levels so early in the panel discussion. I think it's really important that you differentiate, as you did, Katie, and you too, Melinda, that you're making a comment about, you know, your hopes for this and your desire and expectation that people be paid for their time, but you're not like marking them down for that. You made a really nice distinction for that. My guess is that when you get to a budget that is deeply concerning and you really don't think they can pull it off and they haven't explained it, you know, you would put a different comment there. But this comment, as you say, you may say multiple times throughout the review, Katie, is something that is simply a kind of a placeholder, an attention. Please pay attention to this piece if you're not already, and you may very well be. And so putting it in that way is helpful, especially if this is a project where you have a board that might not fully understand that the financial capacity or possibility within the organization, and the board might have the power to put more money in. In other cases, that won't be true. But anyway, I'm glad that came up right now. So if there are no other comments, please
City of Manitowoc, if there's no other comments.
I'll go ahead and score.
This is Carolyn. I've submitted my comments and score.
This is Ginger. I've also submitted.
Same for me, Dale.
Yep, Melinda's in.
Katie score is in.
Okay, I see them all. Thank you.
Ready to start City of Manitowoc.
Great. Linda. Melinda, you're first, and you are on mute, my friend.
That figures. I was just saying, bear with me on my first one. So we're doing now the City of Manitowoc, which is in Manitowoc, and they are requesting $6,000. And this project is a public art-based project with two components. One is the development of sort of an interpretive app and other aspects that will go with the app, and curriculum development and some other interpretive aspects. And then there's the utility box project, which will be a painted utility box in all of their alderman districts. I really appreciated the attention paid to the interpretive components of public art. We see a lot of public art projects, and I'm a big fan of them. But those backstories are really important in giving access to understand the art on a deeper level. So I really appreciated the app, and the partnership between the city and the museum I felt was strong. I like all of the ways that they are activating the app with the scavenger hunts and the curriculums and all of that. I really liked that piece. I would have liked to see a plan for evaluating user experience a little bit more in depth, and then also activating the app. I feel like sometimes you can make a website or an app, but you need to promote it and make sure people know about it. So I think some of their activities they have planned will do that, but I would like to hear a little bit more about how they would really launch that. I felt the leadership team was strong, and it's an appropriate project for this area.
Great, thank you. Second reader.
So I really appreciated the leadership team, like what was already mentioned. I felt that the people that were leading this project were well-rounded. You had, various professionals, city councilors, things like that. So, again, a lot of various opinions and expertise going in. And I loved the concept of the app. I feel like, moving forward and introducing technology to some of these public art spaces, events, things like that really makes the project current. And, looking at a younger generation, even my own children, everywhere they go or what have you, it seems like there's some type of an app involved in whatever we're doing. So I think it makes it really relevant and current to everyone, but especially including a younger generation that are really into apps and things like that. So I thought it was great.
Great, thank you. Other panelists?
Well, I like the project. I love the collaboration with the utility company. I mean, it just was fun to read about that and to see the way that these boxes are distributed throughout the community. And so every neighborhood presumably will have one. I liked, I like the project. The only things that I was looking for, and I always feel like I need to apologize first in case I missed it, because there's a lot of detail in the applications and maybe I missed some of this, but I wasn't as clear about the input from the community as well as the tourism organizations. That was a quote, input from community as well as tourism organizations in terms of planning for the project, and would have appreciated maybe a little bit more fleshing that out. I trust it was done. I just didn't see as much information about that. And then in terms of evaluation, I didn't see a lot about how evaluation might work with schools, since schools are going to be part of who's reached here. I wondered if a little more might be able to be done there. So just a couple of thoughts, but a really nice project, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. This is a strong project. The one aspect that I was looking at more is the evaluation plan, and also how there could be additional evaluation tools for creating data on the boxes themselves, as well as data that's outside of the app to look at accessibility, because apps are wonderful, but there's also accessibility concerns that come with an app. So having a way to be able to evaluate and assess some of those outside of the app data itself would be really valuable.
Yeah, I actually was kind of concerned about the limits of the app. And I think that it's helpful in terms of celebrating, but I don't know that it actually like pushes anything forward in terms of like, so maybe I was taking this really literally of like what this is for is like the creation development. I mean, again, I know celebration is a part of it, or just like knowledge is a part of it. But I just felt like it fell a little short for me. And then also I do like the partnership. I think that actually was a really good point. So thanks, Ken, for saying that with the utility company. But I feel like this, that feels like, it doesn't feel like an extremely innovative idea in order to support local artists. And I feel like local artists are sort of, instead of asking like how would they implement public art in the community, to just say here to like basically decorate a utility box feels a little dated for me. And the other thing was I wasn't sure how like the artists were going to be selected, but I did like that they were going to, I liked the idea of being like, okay, they'll be in every single, like art will now be in every Alder district. I liked that intention, but then how is that engagement going to happen in terms of finding artists, choosing artists, etc.
I will add one point to that, being in a rural community, just acknowledging that all communities are maybe at a different point. So the utility box being dated would be sort of revolutionary in Rhinelander, as hard as that is to believe. That would be a great start for us. So I think we have to have a little bit of a grain of salt with some of that.
Yeah. I'll just add, oh, go ahead, Katie.
Oh, sorry. No, I did that. Sure. That I think that's a good point. But I think again that like the conversation with artists instead of because I think even artists who live in other communities could probably be more creative in terms of what they would want to do in implementing projects.
Yeah, I was gonna add there, I think it's always great when we have ways that artists are a part of the design process of a tool that'll be representing their art. I think there's a lot of value within that in terms of how the app is designed. And to echo a little bit of what Melinda mentioned, just from my own experience within the Madison Arts Commission, the utility box can be actually a great way for new artists to be introduced to the public art process. So there is some new avenues that it can create. And then for me, I looked a little bit at the app as not necessarily a creation tool, but a tool to sustain engagement with public art that could also be expanded to additional public art in the future that happens within the community.
So this was really great. I just got kicked out of the meeting, but I'm back. I don't know if you guys heard me at all as I was talking about just appreciating the exchange between the panelists and the different perspectives. It's one of the reasons why panels are so strong as a process. If you have specific ideas for how to make the evaluation stronger, since that came up, I think from Ginger Ann, or Katie, if you have some specific ideas on maybe how to flesh out some of the ideas that you put out, you can put that in the additional comment section, but they'll obviously have the benefit of listening to this discussion. And I'm certainly available to work with them on whatever down the road too. And if this is a point for me to say, if you feel like there's a point within a project or a proposal where they could use some staff assistance from the Arts Board, feel free to point that out and we'll put that on our to-do list for sure. All right, sounds like discussion is done. And you're probably scoring.
Okay, Dale, I'm in.
This is Carolyn. My scores and comments have been submitted.
This is Melinda, I'm in.
Thank you.
This is Ginger, I've also submitted.
All right, I see all of the scores now. Thank you.
Okay, so we're ready for the City of Milton.
Right, Katie.
All right, that's me. Okay. Sarah's still on the other one. Okay, so the City of Milton. Sorry, I had this all up, and then of course when it was time to go. This is, where is it? Oh my gosh. Okay. This is the Story Gardens, and I had the whole thing listed, and now it's
okay.
I apologize. I was still in the other one. I was still like writing comments in the other one, and
thank you. That's great.
Okay, the Story Garden. Actually, I think, yeah, so they're working with the Milton Public Library, and this is a multi-year project, but this specifically is creating an archway for their garden, and working with at least a local artist to design programming around that as well. Yeah, and this one is just for the Story Garden's entrance archway. That is the title of this project. And yeah, I thought this was pretty. I mean, I'm actually really appreciative of any partnership with the libraries. That's also, I'm a little bit biased because I used to work for the library in Milwaukee and do arts programming. And I just think it's a really natural place for community to come and to have access to arts. So I really liked that. I do think that leaned a little heavy on the library community. And so even when you have like that established community rooted with the library, I wanted to see a tiny bit more of like reaching out beyond that and beyond those who just kind of show up. But other than that, I thought it was a pretty strong application in terms of just where they are and where they're going with this engagement at the library and with the arts. I don't know if I need to say more, but.
That's great. Yeah, I think you kind of put out your strengths and weaknesses there. Ginger Ann, you are the second reader.
I was still on mute. So I also felt this was a strong application. The areas that Katie also mentioned were the ones that I thought could have more detail in order to strengthen the application. With relying on the community, I was curious of how are they engaging outside of the built-in community that is a part of the library, and then providing some more information on the demographics of the volunteers in the committee, because volunteers in committee can have their own set of privileges if it's the same people that are tapped over and over again. So seeing a level of how is our active recruitment, so that it's not only the people that are a part of the established community already, but the people that are a part of community but maybe not established within the practice itself at this time. So that was the one area that I saw that could strengthen the application. And then let's see here with my notes. The other part was the evaluation. The one aspect of the evaluation that I thought would be valuable given this multi-year project is if there could have been more of a description about how evaluation in time could be created with all the different stakeholders that could then adapt some of the project as it's in the creation process. So having a little bit more of how evaluation components can be within the design phase itself, which it could have been strengthened with more details.
1 minute.
Thank you.
I had some questions in this application for discussion, a few things. I agree with everything that was said, and I also love art in the library partnership. Questions I had were regarding the selection of the artist. In the work samples, there were a lot of different concept drawings. So I was curious again on the artist compensation. How were they compensated for their time? I didn't see a clear selection process, but yet I was seeing the concept drawing. So I was unclear how that process was shaped and how those artists were working and with knowing if they were the selected artist or not. So a suggestion, would be a design compensation there and maybe a clearer artist selection process. And I also was confused about the project is titled For the Archway, but there's also talk about a gazebo and a walking path. And I was unclear, that's all in the next phase, but I was unclear. And again, like Ken, maybe I missed it with so much information, but are they attempting to do all three of those things with this budget, or is it specifically the walking path and or the archway and the walking path and gazebo are part of this phase, but under different funding?
Melinda, I'll just interject that I believe the work samples are to give you a sense of the kinds of things they're looking at, and they're extant. These are not examples of work that they have asked artists to create for this project at this time.
Okay. that is helpful.
So in looking at the application, I appreciated the visuals that they provided as far as art that already exists within the garden. So it gave us a pretty clear picture of what they have so far. And then I liked the sketch for the archway that they have envisioned for their art garden. And then again, I appreciated the visual samples that they've provided from artists. It says that they were talking to them or interviewing them about doing their archway project too. So it was, providing examples of the various artists that they've been talking to. You're right. All of you had touched on, not really being certain on what the selection process was. So maybe there's some sort of a bid from artists or something to that effect. I'm not really certain, but either way, all of the artists that it looks like they're in communication with have already created outstanding projects in other communities. So it looks like they're all very qualified. Maybe just a suggestion for the future would be to perhaps put in their application, what the selection process will be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also I think that's important just in general. If obviously we don't know if that's public, but I think with the library working in a similar programming, it's always nice to make that really available to the public as well. And the one other thing that I didn't mention was, again, I'll be a broken record here, is the budget. I think Ginger and you kind of mentioned that was, I believe it was you who said there was a little bit of a discrepancy, or maybe it was someone else, but I think like they listed like the artist fee and fabrication cost of $15,000, and just like seeing the size of what that archway might be, that feels like most of the fabrication costs could really go to the making of it, and then what is the artist left with. So I would have loved to see that separated, so that we can really start understanding what are we paying our artists, because also we know that art doesn't just like magically appear, that there's a whole planning process that happens before the archway is, and I'm a little bit worried about that number in terms of like what the artist actually goes home with.
And
I'm sorry, did I interrupt someone?
I was just going to say one of the concept drawings is specifically for the archway. I just double checked that. So go ahead, Ken.
I'm sorry about the interrupting. When I first looked at this, I thought, funding for an arch, and it sounded reasonable, but not something that I was ready to jump right on board with. So it was really helpful for me to see the phase 1 and phase 2 project diagrams and understand how the arch really is the focal point for this work. And I can better see the importance of it, and definitely warmed up to it. I thought that the visuals that were presented were really helpful to me to get an idea of what they were thinking. And so I like the project. This is something that you'll hear from me at least a couple of times again during the course of our time together. One suggestion that I would have for this application is if it could be organized maybe a little bit differently. Very specifically in the narrative, as I was reading through the narrative, it took until I believe paragraph 8 before I clearly understood that this was a project requesting funding for the arch, because there were other bits of context that were provided, and all of that is really valuable. So no problem at all with it being there. What would help me as a reader is if the writer could say, here's what we're seeking funding for. This is the arch, and this is why we want it. And here's the context that will help you understand how it fits into a larger project. And that would be true for a few of the others coming up as well. So you're going to hear that again. But I like the project and appreciated the visuals, and think it's a good project.
Thank you. That was great. Any additional comments on this one? All righty. Score.
This is Ginger. I've submitted.
This is Melinda. I'm in.
Okay, thank you.
Carolyn, my comments and scores have been submitted.
Okay, Dale, I should be done.
Yep, got it. Thanks, Ken.
I think mine went through too. This is Katie.
All right, they're all in. Thank you very much.
So we are ready for Create Portage County.
So Karen, can you remind me, I should just jump out, right? Disconnect from Zoom?
You can do that, or you can just simply turn your camera and speaker all the way down and look in about 8 minutes
Okay,
to check in and see how we're doing. Great. Alrighty, thank you for that. Ken, Ginger Ann, you're kicking us off.
All right, so this is Portage County Paint, the county application, and they are requesting $6,000 out of the $50,000 budget that they have for this project. Let me go to my notes here. So Paint the County is a New Deal style program that is working with artists to create murals throughout the county. And what's really unique about this project, I felt this was a strong application, is that they really are diving deep into community engagement being a part of the creation process and stewarding this implementation. So what that means is that this particular project is working with BIPOC, LGBTQIA+ communities to identify quotes from women that will become a part of murals that are created. And then there's further engagement in how artists are identified and are a part of this project. So part of this project, they talk about strong partnerships already with different funding agencies that are supporting this, including the Women's Suffrage Centennial Commission that the NEA recently put on. So they're also supporting this project, which shows strong feasibility in terms of the implementation and budget. And this particular project also is similar to other projects that we're going to be covering today, in that it's in response to focus groups working on how are we utilizing space and emphasizing belonging in space for BIPOC communities. And so this is a huge process that involves several different stakeholders coming together to work and create the planning and implementation before even the art happens. So this is what I consider to be a very close to home creative placemaking project in terms of how it's operating.
2 minutes.
And I'll let my
Thank you.
join.
All right.
So, I would have to agree with all of what you just said. I love the project. I love how, underrepresented voices may be heard, and how, not only, they're involving artists, but involving community members and various voices throughout the community to be represented in, a public arts project. So I think it's great.
Carolyn, did you have any particular strengths or weaknesses in addition to what Ginger Ann was talking about?
Well, no, once again, it's hard to kind of just repeat everything. Hold on one second. I'm just trying
to don't repeat everything. Just if there was anything to add, that's totally fine. And other panelists, jump on in.
I was a little I felt like it was like, there was mention in obviously this emphasis on, making sure that BIPOC voices were heard, but I felt like there was some vagueness on how it's actually showing how these voices are showing up, particularly in leadership roles. I feel like, and maybe it was just like they were trying to kind of, not give all the details, but I mean, like they spoke about the panel, which sounded great, but I was like, what is this panel about? Who are these people? What were their roles? Not that they just, I mean, even if they were just, community members, that's fine. I just felt like there was vagueness around that. And again, I just feel even the idea, again, I kind of wonder about yeah, who's selecting these quotes? Is it the art? And I guess I just think there was some confusion, and it felt very, for me, it felt like words were like these words were being thrown out without like real, I don't know, it just felt kind of, I appreciate actually in this whole process of the language of like doing like art with, not at community, because I say that a lot. And I feel like I think the attention is there. I don't know if I see it all the way through, particularly I'm worried about these voices being in leadership roles. That's, I guess, I'll stop there.
So more information and detail about the people who were involved in the leadership of the project and the panel would have been really helpful. Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point, Katie, because how I read this, and I see now looking at some of the description here, I see how you mentioned it can be interpreted in different ways, because when I was reading this, I imagined that it's that the program leads are less leads and facilitators that are helping to create leadership and designing what will originate. But what you're describing, there is some wording that it could just be tapping an individual to provide a quote, which is very different than having community in discussion establish the quotes and the people that will be represented. And that's really important when we're looking at who's represented, whose voices are heard, how are those decisions being made, and how that really needs to be a collective effort versus an individual, whether or not that individual is, identifies as a BIPOC community member or not. We want it to be a collective.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I had similar comments on just wanting more information about how the community is specifically involved. I think it's a positive step, but I think particularly when this is your stated goal of the entire project, it's really important to provide detailed information about how, like you said, the leadership roles and the voice that's given beyond, just the quotes. So I think it's a fantastic project in its intent. I just would like a little bit more information. Similarly, I also had a little bit of concern on this one. I'm taking your comment, Katie, but on the budget, murals can be done for, as much or as little, but I was a little concerned that was a little low, and there is also no funding for administration or project management in the budget. With, I think, a project of this scale, when you're doing multiple murals and working with multiple communities for input and implementation, that I would like to have seen that in the budget, because that could be a lot to facilitate.
Okay, so I am back, having been kicked off again, assuming that the discussion is done, but did want to note again, because Katie and Ginger Ann were talking when I left. Please feel free to put in your thoughts on how you would hope that would be their goals would be manifested. I know you had two different reads on how the leadership and the voices and the quotes might happen. So please feel free as panelists to put in your, it should be this kind of thing, or we hope this would really strengthen language would be helpful. And again, they'll hear this recording too, so.
This is Ginger. I've submitted.
This is Carolyn. My comments and scores have been submitted.
Karen, I'm back in. I trust it's okay.
Yes, your timing is good. I'm just finishing submitting the scores. While we finish scoring this one, just a note, I sent out an email this morning just with a quick update from 2 applicants, one of which was Dance Circus, which is, as Lynn will soon tell us, our next step.
This is Melinda. My comments are in.
Okay, I see all the scores. Thank you.
Okay, so here I am to announce Dance Circus.
And Carolyn, this one is you.
Okay. Yes, of course. I'm just pulling up my notes on this one. So Dance Circus is located in the city of Milwaukee. And the project title is Co-Motion with a start date after 7/1, end date of 12/15/21. Just a couple of things that I noticed, and this is why I was hesitating at the beginning. I had a couple of questions on the overall budget, and I'll peek back into that in a second because I know that I only have 2 minutes. But one of the things that with this particular application for me, one of the things that was helpful for me to understand what the project consisted of or what their intentions were watching the videos that they had included at the end of previous performances and previous projects that they did. And so that really helped to open my eyes to exactly what they were trying to explain throughout the application. And so, you know, I just have in my notes that perhaps the written piece of it could be a little more clear just to understand, but the videos again, at the end, were a great representation of what their project or what their group has done in the past and the type of project that they're looking to do. So with that, I will pass it over to the second person and then in the interest of time, and then come back to perhaps point out that budget piece that I was looking at earlier.
Okay, and I'm second reader, right, Karen?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So I like the project. I totally agree that the video really helped me better understand it. Really echo all of that. It was funny how closely we were aligned there. The project is combining poetry and dance and video. It seems to me to really speak to local arts and to the work in the neighborhood. I gather that Dance Circus is taking what it learned in Turbulence and Sight and working to apply that to Co-Motion, the project for which they seek funding. This was a little more challenging for me in reading some of it because there are lots of pieces going on here. So I gather that Dan and Betty are kind of leading the way. I got a sense of who they were. I didn't get as much about Gabriella and Silence Mary Rhodes. Wasn't sure how long they've been working on the project, and some question about how other artists might ultimately be selected, and I hope I didn't miss something about that. One of the links did not work for me in the support materials, and I would have liked to have seen that. The letter of support that I read was for sight and sound, and this application is for Co-Motion. That letter also mentioned another artist, Ashley Smith, who I didn't remember seeing in the application itself, so it was a little confusing for me. And the last piece that I would have liked a little more help with was mobile lanterns. I get neighborhood house Mobile Lantern was mentioned a number of times, and I worked at it. I think I generally understand, but a little more help with clarity on some of those things would have been helpful as I read the application. That's what I have. Thanks.
And I did find the piece on the budget. I just wanted to, I had it written down in my notes, but I wanted to find it once again to make sure that I was saying this correctly. So in the earlier part of the application, it says that the budget for the project is $8,000, but then later on it says that the project budget is $11,000. So I was a little unclear as to what the actual budget was.
I noted that too, and I wonder if it's the an in-kind thing, because I believe that there was 3,000 in kind, and I wonder if it got carried in one place and not in another. That was the best guess, but I noted the same thing, that there were two budgets.
And I believe Karen sent an email about that in kind, that's what the difference is. Am I correct?
That was actually for the other, but I believe that it applies to this one as well.
Yeah, and that's a common mistake that I often see in a lot of applications in many different public art worlds.
And I will say that to be fair, our budget form was supposed to balance that out. So that is a smart, simple issue as well. So thank you for pointing out the in-kind piece.
I just want to add too, because some of what I had was a little more constructive criticism. I hope it came off that way. But I really, this feels like a project that really rolls up its sleeves right at the ground and works in its neighborhood, definitely addressing social issues of our day. You know, I really admire that and appreciate what they're aiming for here.
And Ken, I agree. I don't want to take up too much time, but I completely agree with you. And I'm really glad that the video pieces were there and those visuals were there, because that's what helped me understand what the project was. If it weren't for those pieces, I don't know if I would have completely understood what the project was from the written piece of it. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that if they're applying for additional funding with other organizations or what have you, it may be helpful to find, have someone help oversee that written piece.
Yeah, I agree. I actually know about this project living in Milwaukee, and so I felt like I went into it knowing a little bit more and was still very confused until I saw the video. So you're not alone on that. So I definitely, I think that's a really good recommendation for moving forward, because I think this is definitely a very fundable project. I also had the other thing that I had a little bit of some questions on, is just how the artists are hired. It obviously, and especially with their video, I think it looks like, they're fine. I'm also particularly concerned in Milwaukee about, ensuring that they're finding, especially when working with young folks and communities of color, that they're finding representation with the artists. And it looks like that is happening. So I just, but how is that, again, being transparent with how that process is done, I think would make this application stronger.
I agree with all comments. I really like this project and the video. It's great. I would like to see it in person.
Yeah. Also, I just want to say too, it's nice. I feel like dance, being involved in the arts, and even in this process, I feel like there's not enough dance application, like projects happening. So I do appreciate that aspect of it too.
Ginger Ann, did I miss a comment from you? Have you added your voice?
No, I haven't. I agree with everyone's comments.
Awesome. Thank you all.
Okay, Dale, I'm in. And Dale, you can see if I would ever miss a category, right? As I flip through, sometimes I worry, oh, did I put a score in there? You would know that, right? I mean, it's not going to show up as a really low score.
I don't believe you can submit if that's the case, Ken. All I'm looking at is a total. Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, it probably wouldn't if I didn't. You're right.
Yeah.
This is Ginger. I've also submitted.
Thank you.
Melinda's in.
Okay, I believe mine's in too.
This is
All right,
Carolyn.
I
My
do-
scores have been submitted.
Thank you. I see them all now. Thanks.
So next we're ready for Fermat's Last Theater Company.
All right, this is a theater company based in Madison. They're applying for spring and fall documentary theater productions. This is a theater that started out, if I recall, as Shakespeare and is evolved into other forms as well. The documentary theater pieces for which they seek funding are concern the works of James Baldwin and Mildred Harnack. One would be presented in the fall, one in the spring. The intention is that they would be live, but they are prepared to do taping as they've already done so that they can be prepared for continuing problems with COVID. I thought the work samples were strong. I think the theater is really working hard to engage audience and locally in the neighborhood, but more broadly as well. They're working in diverse locations at no cost for attendance. It does seem to me that this has cultural and artistic quality and value. I got the sense of strong leadership within the theater, a real sense of direction in terms of what they want to do and how they want to do it. They're really well connected at the university in particular in terms of research and work on understanding the texts that I think are really deep and dense and probably benefit from that heavy research component and work with experts. This is a theater with no paid staff, a very small budget, a very small grant request as a result. So as some of my fellow panelists have said, there's a little concern about, wow, this is a small amount of money. It's the little, you know, the small budget. Is it really going to be enough? Seems like evaluation is strong. They are definitely working to connect to powerful issues of our day. Certainly working to reach diverse audiences. I thought the evaluation looked pretty good. They're tackling it in a couple of different directions that seemed smart and sensible to me, especially keeping in mind that there are no paid staff members here at the theater. So overall, I like the project very much. I think it's strong, and those are my comments.
I'm second. Yep. Very thorough, Ken. I agree with everything that you brought up. I would just point out a few things that were piqued my interest above and beyond what you mentioned. I appreciated the geographic diversity of their board and did feel that it can lend strength to the organization and the performances with the cross-pollination of different cities that are informing their work. And I also really appreciated the combination of the dramatic readings and cross-sector dialogue when they mentioned doing the trial with conversations led by law professors working with the Innocent Project. I really appreciated that they're really using drama as a jumping off point and then bringing in other voices to lead conversation that can go deeper.
Thought this was oh, sorry, we read.
No, I was just going to invite you to go.
Sorry, I was just ready. This one I was really excited. I felt about this one felt like one of the easier applications to read for me. I felt like they had really, really strong detail. Like I knew exactly what they were going for, who was involved, how they're involving people. So overall, I felt like this was probably one of the strongest like written applications, with the addition of just being a cool project. But yeah, again, yeah, budget. I feel like, I think this is also coming from like so clearly a place of like real passion, not that any of the other applications aren't, but I think that also shows the reflect of the budget, like we'll just do this for free. But I did love that it's free for the public to attend. Obviously that like makes accessibility issues non-existent, right? Because anyone can go and doesn't have to worry, because even when you do sliding scale fees, that can sometimes hinder people. And I struggle with that a lot in my own work of like, but also like, how do we move away from, that labor being unpaid in terms of the organizing and putting on these shows. It's so tough. So I'm just encouraging them, ask for all the money. That's all.
I didn't want to carry on too long, but I'll add a couple more things. I thought it, as I said, it was a strong proposal, and I totally agree. I thought it was well written. This is another one where, as I was reading along, I would be reading deeply and get to the end of a section, and then it would say something like, but that's not what we're asking for funding for. And then it would go on to the next one. And the context, again, is all really valuable, and I got it all straightened out. But it would be helpful for me if it were flipped, and it were more like, here's what we want funding for, here's how it fits into what we're doing. So just one request of this applicant, I guess.
Yeah, can I also agree that was one of the comments that I had. In addition, there's a lot of great merit within this application. The one area where I felt it needed to be strengthened and a little bit more described is the process of how a story is chosen. Like how are they, how is community involved in that process? I think there's a lot of passion here in this project, and it was a bit unclear of how internal that decision is, and then the collaboration happens after that decision of what the topic is going to be. And I think there's some value in how is community getting engaged that aren't necessarily already audience members or aren't necessarily partners that they have established relationships with, that are coming into the conversation and deciding some of the decisions for the work that'll be featured. So that was one area that I think there'd be great strength, but this is a strong application with a lot of merit.
Oh, I wish I had like 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure I remember reading in the narrative that they took feedback from the audiences and really tried to listen very hard to what the audience wanted within the general direction that the theater itself wanted to go. I don't know if anybody else remembers that or not. That's the best that I can do, but I feel like they did work to connect with their audience about content that would ultimately get to the stage.
Yeah, and Ken, this is where that part was great, but what about outside of the audience? What about communities where the work is happening that might not be audience members already? And how is that a part of the ecosystem of the work? So that you bring up a great point, because they did answer that, and that was great in their narrative, but how could that be a part of this as well? That would really strengthen the application for future work, because as Katie mentioned, they should be asking for more, that there needs to be more support for the work that they're doing in terms of budget, so they have more capacity. So I think that's something that will really help in future work, but doesn't take away from the strength of what they've proposed.
Carolyn.
Sure. The only thing that I could really add, and I think it's just enhancing what everyone else has already said, is that I loved the fact that this application was so clear and concise and easy to understand. It was very evident what their goals were, and just adding again on to what Katie said, I love the fact that Katie is always interested in budget, and she's just being such an advocate of artists needing to get paid and need more money. And so, and to get credit for what they're doing. And so I love that this organization is offering their productions free of charge, or as far as donations and things like that. But it seems like a really worthy organization, and they may want to consider looking at a larger budget, so that they can pay some of these people so that it continues on into the future. So.
Thank you. All right. Score. And when you have scored and submitted, please feel free to head out for the very well-deserved break. I would ask Lynn, what do you think? We're running about 10 minutes long right now. Do we want to check in and see if a 5-minute break would be okay, or if people really need 10 just to kind of let their brains settle?
Yeah, they might need that little extra.
We will take the voices of the panel in determining whether this should be a 5 or 10-minute break.
About 8.
Yeah, I like 8 minutes. That sounds right. That sounds right.
So I think that puts us back at 9:45. Is that right? 9:46.
Let's say
All right,
9.
awesome.
Yeah, okay. It's like 9:45.
Karen, is this our regular break? Because I have Kenosha and La Crosse as being part of this first section yet.
Do you? I had a break.
Yeah, there's a break.
30 break.
Oh, I think I'm looking at the email that you sent a while back and not at the one that was in the invite.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I have that too. I thought we had 2 more left.
Okay, let's go for 9:46. See you all soon. And thank you. And we'll just leave the meeting running, so jump on in when you can.
I just had a network glitch and had to fall out for a while. But I do see all the scores.
Thank you, Dale. All righty. See you in about 7 minutes. Bye.
Okay.
Hey, Melinda. Hey, Lynn. Hey, Katie. I think 8 minutes was just perfect. Thank you for suggesting the middle compromise there.
I'm a big fan of the third way.
Me too. I was just working with a group who was determining whether to go 501c3 or LLC. And so I'm going to present the what's behind door number 3 in terms of the unincorporated association. So we'll see how that works. All righty. As soon as we see Ginger Ann's face, Lynn, I think we can continue on.
Announce the next one.
Right. Yes, thank you.
You're doing a great job, Lynn.
Oh, it's such a hard job.
You're the MC.
The pressure.
All righty.
Okay.
Welcome
We're all
back,
here.
everybody.
Is everybody ready to do Kenosha Creative Space?
Yes, and that is me. So Kenosha Creative Space is in Kenosha, and they're requesting 6,000. This is the Sonic Murals project. So this project is a participatory project with a series of workshops and interviews that will gather information through the dialogue and conversation in the workshops that will inform the creation of murals and graphic music scores that will be presented at community outdoor events, working with the city of Kenosha. And I really love participatory processes like this, and I really enjoyed learning about the partnerships that they have in place and kind of the format that they want to use for these workshops and the interviews. So I think that's a plus. I did feel like I would like more information about how the information gathered would result in the artwork, what that process was. I felt like there's a pretty clear description of the information gathering, but how it was going to go to the next step. I wished for more information on that. Let's see, another question here. So, and in general, I guess for the bulk of the application, I just wanted more details and more in depth. There was a little bit of vagueness. Members of groups are helping us, and we're hoping to attract additional artists. I wanted to know more of what the actual meat of the project would be and what their process was going to look like. I also had a question about the budget, and Karen, maybe this is one that you can answer. I didn't have budget numbers I only had 1 year of budget numbers. Is that okay, or was that a glitch in my?
2 minutes.
I'll double check, but if my guess is I'm going to see what you're seeing. And we had asked for the most recent, current, and upcoming for all of the applicants.
Yes. And I did not have that in my application.
Okay.
I'll just jump in and say there was some language about the refinance that's underway as a bit of an explanation, I think, for that. I'm not sure that it's satisfactory, but I remember reading that and noted it.
Yeah, I was going to add that there was something about the refinance, but similar to what Melinda mentioned, is that the narrative would have been strengthened by more detail, clearly from what they're proposing, and some of the partnerships that they have mentioned. This is a valuable project that meets our, artistic, educational, and cultural value expectations, and that I like that this framework is having community be a part of what will then become the permanent public art, and that permanent public art in some way is a documentation of the work that's happening within the events themselves. So that's something that I found to be quite valuable within this application.
Thank you. Other panelists. Carolyn.
I too had the same thing written down, the information in the budget about the refinance of the building, and then just that I thought that it was, you know, what they're doing is current and relevant to recent events.
Yeah, I think that was the thing that stood out most to me, is that this community really, like, I mean, all communities right now need this, but particularly after last summer, I think this is a really great way to build. And I really like that they mentioned that they were working with like activist groups as well, because I think that the activist groups it's just have had a really hard time, particularly in Kenosha. So just kind of building bridges and building trust within the community. I think that's strong and very, very timely.
I would echo what a couple of fellow panelists have already mentioned. I thought that the weak spot in the application was the midsection. I can understand, I know Fifth House and the high quality that they offer. We Are Good, the interviews. And then I could see at the end the murals that were intended and how that might play out. I just couldn't quite understand who was gathering all of the information that was going to come from these various connections and ultimately get that to the muralists for their inspiration for the artwork itself. I think a little more would have been helpful there. I also saw, again, echoing a little bit earlier, something that one of you said. I saw in one place that Jamie Brown and Karim Jabari are expected, and then in another place, I think they are actually in the budget. So just, for my comfort level, would like to know that they're really confirmed. I gather that they are, since they're in the budget, but it seems like they're important players here, and a little clarity there would have been helpful too. But overall, looks like a really good project, and I do have trust that these things are in place. Just noting them.
Thank you all. Any other comments?
Just related to the budget, they do note that they're refinancing. The budget that they submitted is a 2021 budget, so that's their current budget. And so I'm not sure if refinancing, because they were supposed to submit previous year budget and next year's, correct?
Correct.
So that's still kind of a big question for me.
The question being the fact that they did not submit that?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, so this is the part where we say we require it. And the reason we require it is because it gives you guys the framework and context. You get to decide, because it is before you now, so it's still an eligible project, whether you have the information that you need without those pieces to recommend this project for a grant, and you score accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
This is Ginger. I've submitted.
Thank you.
I've submitted, Dale.
This is Carolyn. I've submitted.
Got him. Thanks.
Melinda
Dale,
submitted.
Dale, did you actually get mine? Because I'm stuck with a spinning wheel right now.
I see it, Ken. It came through.
I keep forgetting to check that box, but now it's in.
So they're all in, Dale, right?
Yes, I see them all now. Thank you.
Okay, so La Crosse Performing Arts Center.
Yes.
Katie, you are on.
This is me. All right, feeling a little bit more awake now too. All right, so this is the La Crosse Performing Arts Center, and this is for their Penguin project. This is the second year of this project, but I think it does stand to note that this is about, I believe, a 30-year organization. So they've been around for quite some time. So they have some clout there. In terms of accessibility, this is for children with disabilities to participate in theater, which I think is really exciting. I think about this a lot, actually, particularly recently, in terms of like how theater is so inaccessible. So it's exciting to kind of have that hyper focus with, particularly for kids, to get them involved early and to know that they have a place in the theater, and that's really exciting. So I really like that aspect of it. I believe, again, is another budget that I'm a little confused about. I think the director fee was about $2,000 for a 15-week commitment, which felt like, and it like increases. So like it starts off maybe slow, but then they're like, I'm assuming the director has to be there all the time, like every day. And then again, thinking about those prep hours, which I'm not sure there. And I just pointed that one out specifically, but I think there was other roles that I had a little bit of a question mark there. But other than that, I thought this was a really strong project. And actually the other thing that I think was, of course, like this is about accessibility, but I just want to make sure that they're not relying heavily. Like, I think it's a double-edged sword when you've got an organization that's been around for a while, they've sort of proven themselves in other areas, but not relying on that. I think there was some language about like, we have a community, like people are returning, but how are you kind of making sure that new audiences and new people are coming in? So just want to flag that.
Awesome, thank you. Carolyn.
Yeah, I remember reading about this project previously, and I think it's a really worthy project. I like the fact that they're, making theater accessible to kids of all abilities, but then also providing a service to other youth as well, interacting and serving as youth peers and things like that. So I feel like it's serving multiple communities, not just kids with disabilities, but also generating a greater understanding and in other youth. So I think it's a very worthy project. I think the application was clear and easy to understand, and I think it's good. I like everything about it.
Great, other panelists.
I'll jump in and say that I really like the project a lot. I thought it was well written, easy to understand, agree with all of that. I did see an effort to do a better job this time around at reaching out to the community and to students through workshops and info sessions in schools and other locations to try to reach out a little bit more. And so that was encouraging to me. The only other thing that I can suggest at all, and I hope that I didn't miss something here, is that, I like the peer relationship a lot. And that leads into the peer. I didn't see a lot of diversity in the peers. I saw it in the cast a little bit more, but not among the peers. And I bet that's probably an area they're already looking at and working to strengthen, but I'll just encourage them to do so.
Yeah, I thought this was a strong application. What people mentioned, the two biggest things, Katie, I really appreciate that you mentioned how is the audience and the groups and the participants involved continuing to expand, because we can get stuck with organizations that have been around for a while where it's the same community members and it's a network of people who know each other. So making sure that continues to expand for inclusion and additional accessibility. Other than that, this was a really great application with a lot of merit.
you. Melinda.
Yep, I agree with everything that's been said. I really like this one. I guess what really stood out to me, just in a nice way, is that they're really giving these kids a professional performance opportunity, that the artistic quality is high, that it is about the accessibility, but it is also about the art, and giving them the same opportunity that any touring youth theater would have. So I really appreciated that. I also appreciated, or it was telling to me, that they did talk about responding to sensory needs. So that was just a clue to me too, that they're good at what they do. They're taking all the considerations into account. So I think it's a great project.
Yeah, I feel like I thought that on the first round, I was like, wow, this is so cool how professional it looks. And I think that, yeah, so I'm glad you noted that too, because that was like an exciting part of it for me.
Thank you all. Go ahead and score unless you have another comment to make. Lynn, while they're scoring, I'll take this opportunity to applaud you. It is hard to sit on your hands and not say anything when you've got probably opinions and you're interested or want to know more. It is one of the hardest parts of your job as panel chair. So I want to recognize that and applaud.
And that's why I'm muted.
Awesome.
So you're saying everything you want to say, you're just on mute.
I'm seeing all the scores, so thank you.
That means we move on to Madison New Music Festival.
Great. And Ginger Ann, you lead this, and this is the second of the two that I sent an updated note about.
Yeah. So your note resolved one of the questions that I had. So this is for the Wisconsin Composers Project, which is a festival that'll be a mix of live and then also virtual performances that are highlighting, really interrupting that traditional narrative within composers and the canon of who is represented within composers and how we view composers and people within the industry. So this is a really exciting and important and valuable project that's expanding who is involved and how we are creating community change of the diversity of composers that exist, and then also supporting leadership and professional opportunities for artists to be able to advance their work. One area of this application that I particularly found strong is that they are identifying BIPOC composers, but also leadership is making sure to also have BIPOC perspective in the process. So it is a full circle approach to how this work is being created. And I really like that they're learning from their past practices, where last year they didn't have consistency of recording, so recording quality wasn't as good. And so they're changing that practice so that there'll be an increase in recording quality that'll also further expand the resources that artists will have available of their work being shown, and having things that can go into the portfolio, as well as creating, they mentioned a directory. So there's more highlighting of existing artists, and then also creating a network both with local and more national recognition of the work that's happening within our nation. So this is a really exciting project. I had no major concerns.
Great. Ken.
I'm next, right, Karen?
Yep.
I just got this pulled up. For some reason, Smart Simple is really slowed down for me. So I think after this one, I'm going to log out and try to log back in. So I apologize. I'm just trying to catch up here. I listened to Ginger Ann and I agree with everything. I like the project very much. The budget jump is as a result of trying to reach out and pay a little bit more and do a better job with the videos. So that all made sense. This project is really all about diversity in terms of one of the last sections of questions. I just thought that they were really working hard on that and succeeding. I think I'm going to stop there as I continue to peruse my notes here and pass it on to other panelists as I try to catch up a little bit.
Thanks, and no worries, Ken. All right, other panelists.
I just, again, piggybacking off of what everyone has already said, I appreciate the diversity of this project, and I also appreciate the opportunity for more people to get involved. You know, they could be audience members or musicians and really participate in that way. But then also the thought put into the project as far as, you know, creating videos and making it COVID safe or COVID friendly, so to speak. But, you know, also taking it one step further, it's making the series more accessible to more people. So
Great, thank you.
I agree with everything everyone has said. I will just add that I think the attention that they're paying to diversity is so important, not only because we need to be paying attention to diversity, which is huge, but also in this genre. It just seems like this is potentially an art area that is exclusive even without diversity challenges. And so I think this is just a really great way to open it up and to just kind of change the narrative of contemporary music in general, to really change the direction that it can go. I think it's a huge opportunity for that. So I appreciate that they're looking at it so in depth.
Yeah,
I see the same thing. They're really pushing for changes in places where decisions, you know, that are made really make a difference and can influence at university level and beyond. And so I thought that was really cool what they're doing in that regard.
Yeah, I totally agree with what's been said, but I think I was thinking the same thing, Melinda. So you kind of, yeah. So thanks for pointing that out. You know, just thinking about the genre of it is definitely, I don't feel connected to the genre, and that's probably. I think this is trying to change that, and so it's really, really intentional. And again, yeah, I just cannot emphasize enough how important that this is one of the one application that really I think has the most successful in figuring out the diversity in terms of like putting diversity in diverse people in leadership positions where other ones yeah, so I just applaud them at being really intentional there as well, and understanding the importance that it's not just important to have diversity within your project, but in those leadership roles.
Thank you all. If discussion is done, go ahead and score.
this is Carolyn. My scores and comments have been submitted.
Thank you.
This is Ginger. I've also submitted.
This is Ken. I've submitted.
Melinda, you should have mine.
Going for slow over here too, but I think mine isn't.
Being right on time, 10:10, Milwaukee Water Commons.
Hey, let me open my notes. So again, the applicant name is Milwaukee Water Commons, City of Milwaukee. The project title is Lindsay Heights Community Art Project, which will begin after 7/1, and the end date is projected at 6:30. It is in its first year for this particular project, and in a nutshell, basically local youth will conduct interviews with local historians and storytellers to create educational and informational pieces to educate and inform people on the local community. And one of the pieces that I really liked about this particular project was the fact that not only was it creating like a virtual tour for people so they could actually go on a real tour, but then have access to QR codes where they could, you know, have actual historians from the community talking about, you know, where they're at, or talking about the neighborhoods and the history of the community. But it was also educating youth on developing their interview skills and teaching young people how to interact with historians and leaders in the community. So, you know, it was serving a dual purpose. And so the total project budget is $25,000. They're requesting $6,000. And, you know, one of the things that I love about being on panels like this is every time I do something like this, it changes my perspective. And so I'm taking a note from Katie, and I have to go back and look at that budget and make sure everybody's getting compensated appropriately.
2 minutes.
So that's gonna give me something new to think about every time I go back and relook at these budgets. But I think it's a great project.
Thank you. Good handoff to Katie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think actually I think this was a better one in terms of budget and requesting. And I also, I was really excited actually about, I think my one comment was that like in the first round is that they didn't really have many like work examples, or maybe the examples didn't come through. And then the examples, I was actually really excited about the work samples this time around. It looks really strong, strong aesthetically too. And I love the idea of, you know, bringing together these two communities between like environmentalism and art I think is just a really strong idea. And I think I didn't really have much. I thought this was a really strong application and project.
Thank you. Other panelists?
I also agree. I felt this was a strong application. I had very few comments. It was more strengthening for next round and nothing that impacted the narrative and how I was considering it for this round of their submission.
Great, thanks.
My comments on this application, I also felt that it was very strong, and I really love the juxtaposition of the neighborhood and community work and the historical research and the concept of sustainability as applied to a neighborhood and a location and how that interaction plays out. My one comment to strengthen, and I thought it was very well laid out too and easy to read. My one comment to strengthen is it felt very ambitious to me, and I feel like whatever they do is going to be great, but they had so many options open for workshops, so many different forms of public art in the indoor gallery that I wasn't sure that all of that will be accomplished, but I think whatever they do will be great. But my recommendation for strengthening might be to just narrow it in and focus a little bit more deeply on a few things than to have such a broad range of what could happen. But otherwise, I really love the process and the enthusiasm and the whole concept is great.
Also, sorry, my like smart simple with all my notes was just like kind of going, so I was going based on memory. I one thing I wanted to add was just all the people that are involved. I think there's like a really strong connection to the universities and kind of a pretty diverse. That really, actually, I really am excited about their board. Now that I'm looking at this again. But also the other thing, they're going back to budget. I do, and I think that actually, yeah, with all the things I want to do, I maybe walk back my budget, saying that was like, oh, kind of okay. And also just, this is just for everybody. Can we just please stop calling it like artist stipends? Let's just like get rid of that word and let's just pay artists, like, because stipend just has a really negative connotation in terms of like saying that you're not paying them fully what they're worth. So that's just me advocating.
Katie, would you prefer artist fee or artist payment, or?
Yeah, you can put salary, you could put pay, you could, I just think that it's stipend, and that it makes it feel like I don't know. I associate stipends with internships, and also I don't think we should even be paying internships with stipends. So that's how I feel about that.
Understood. And I know that some can't say salary because of employment issues, but certainly payment and fee, that's a very helpful, yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, and they're not the only one, but I think that one, because
Understood.
I was the second reader on that one, I was just like, no, let's not use this word anymore.
And that's something that I can pass along in my technical assistance with them too, because that's not something that I have brought up. So awesome. Ken, did you have something to weigh in on here?
I like the project. I thought this was one of the best at really keeping the community at the center of its efforts and goals with the project. So I really applaud that. I saw evidence of seeking community input through meetings and surveys going back a few years. If I had any encouragement for them, things that I think could make it stronger, one of my questions was better understanding how the research is going to be done and who's going to do that, because to me that sounded like a big chunk of work, and I didn't feel like I understood as clearly as I would have liked how that was going to be accomplished in the timeline that was presented. And in a similar way, I read about the story trail early on and thought, wow, that sounds really cool. And then I feel like I didn't read much more about it. And I wonder a little bit about the work involved in actually creating that trail. And I guess would have appreciated just a little bit more along those lines. I trust the application. I trust that that's there. I really like the project, but those are two ways in which I think it could have been a little stronger for me.
Thank you. All right, if there is no other discussion, go ahead and score.
This is Ginger. I've submitted.
This is Carolyn. My scores and comments have been submitted.
This is Melinda. I submitted.
I just submitted, Dale.
Mine is in 2. This is Katie.
Thank you. Yep, I see them all.
Okay, moving on. Paper Industry International Hall of Fame.
Okay, give me 1 minute. Smart Simple is spinning. Here we go. Okay, Paper Industry Hall of Fame. This is a new event, September, October in Appleton. It is combining in some ways work from, where is it, Green Lake, I think, Midwest Paper Fest from Green Lake, yes, moves up to Appleton and finds a more appropriate home perhaps at the Paper Hall of Fame. What's interesting to me, one of the things that's interesting to me is the effort to take paper from a more utilitarian view to a more artistic view. And so they're really trying to help that process, help folks understand the many ways in which paper can be used for artistic purposes. And I think the work samples really bear that out. There will be an art exhibition, master classes, a Hall of Fame dinner. All of that seems appropriate to the community. There was talk about the paper lab as well, though it's not part of this project, at least as far as I could tell. The high quality seems, it does seem high quality to me. Another thing that was interesting in this project was an intention to encourage participants, especially students, to look at art as a career. And I hadn't seen that, I don't think, in any other applications. And I thought that was a really interesting note. STEAM goals were also noted. There is a budget deficit. It was explained, the explanation seems reasonable. There is a plan to try to recover, and that also seemed reasonable, so I'm comfortable with that. Community input seemed like this might be an area that could be strengthened a little bit. I like some of the extra effort at outreach, the farmers market, for instance. But I wondered, right at the beginning of the application, there was talk about the community sort of having a couple of parts, some more well-to-do, some more recent residents, maybe not as well off. And I wondered if, as I looked at the community outreach, if they could have been more intentional reaching out to the Hmong or Hispanic communities. And would just add that there's still time to do that. So all in all, I like the project. I think there are a couple of ways in which it might be strengthened, as I've mentioned, but those are my comments.
Thank you, Ken. Melinda.
I like going after Ken. He's very thorough. I agree across the board. I think I really love the juxtaposition of kind of working with the industry and bringing the arts into it. And it reminds me a little bit of Kohler and what they do. And I just think that's a good path forward, and bringing in the idea of encouraging students that art can be a career for them, or even that it's not so black and white. The one comment I had for strengthening was, again, in the public community participation and outreach. It seemed to me that a lot of their outreach relied a bit on the personal connections of the people involved. And so I would just like to see a little more information on how they can go outside of the community that they're already related to, and a little bit deeper. And I think the workshops were a good way to do that. And I just like to have more information if they're already doing it, or encourage them to push that a little bit further.
Thank you. All right, other panelists.
So adding on to what was already said, again, I loved the project, but my favorite part of the application was the concept of, talking to kids about the concept of choosing art as a career. I thought that was really cool. And then, of course, the STEM versus STEAM piece of it really stood out to me. And I thought it was interesting that in all of the applications, and especially those working with youth, that this wasn't mentioned more about talking about the concept of arts as a career. And maybe we as adults can even start to, change our way of thinking. And if we're training kids as, in the arts, or how to use the arts as a tool for social change and things like that, really start to talk about the concept of choosing art as a career. So that's just kind of a side note for everyone, for all applicants, now and in the future. But I thought that was a cool part of this.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's like a really good point. I also really loved the site specificity in this project. I'm not from Wisconsin, but I'm definitely not from that area. So I didn't know about the history of paper and the paper mills there. So I just thought that was a really awesome connection to just, not only just learn about art, but learn about their community and the history there, and to also make sure that that is not a dying art form. I think also, I love all the applications that were unique, kind of specific art forms. I mean, I like all art, but I feel like it's one of those things that is actually really fun to do, making paper, but not everyone knows how to do it. So I think that was, I just love that connection to the locality of it.
Just building off of that too, I did have a note that the change of location for them could be a really big growth opportunity for them as well. I see the potential in that as a big plus.
Yeah, and I actually the other thing too that I had was sort of similar to I think what Ken and I think Ivan sort of said about just pushing the idea beyond to, I think the demo. I really love the idea of a demo, paper making demo at the farmers market, but where else could that be, and where else can they do that? Because I think that's a not just might not necessarily attract over like traditional, like, you know, I talked about like flyering and social media, but like how else can they get people interested and involved? Just to push, I think they had a lot of great ideas, but pushing those ideas and thinking outside the box a little bit more. But
yeah, I also agree with what everyone has said. I have no additions.
All right, great. Thank you all. Any more comments? And if not, please go ahead and score.
Okay, Dale, I should have mine in.
This is Ginger. Mine should also be submitted.
This is Carolyn. My scores and comments have been submitted.
and this is Katie. Mine has been submitted.
Sorry, I'm having a little lag time.
Yeah, I've noticed that too from time to time.
That is a-okay, because I think I'm up next and I am not, it's doing the wheel for me.
I think the system is telling us to take a couple deep breaths. That's just fine.
I do see all of the scores. Thank you.
Okay, up next is Roush.
Or Ruach, as the case may be. I didn't give you any training on these.
Oh, my accountant's last name is spelled that way, and that's how he pronounces it. So I just made the assumption.
So fun. Ginger
Yeah,
Ann.
so yeah, it's still freezing for me. So I'm going to be looking at my very sparse notes here until the application comes up. So I might need my second to help fill in here. So with RUAC, they're applying for a grant they're applying for a project, Explore Sherman Park Common Ground through Storytelling and Arts. And this project was focusing on creating a variety of different types of experiences, some of which are performances, some of which are workshops. So there's a balance of both professional storytellers, and storytellers is defined loosely here as lots of different kinds of art forms. And then also for community to also participate in storytelling, with the goal of this creating community change within the Sherman Park communities, which are diverse, and they talk a lot in the application about the different types of community members that will be engaged in the process. This is still not coming up for me, but what I remember some of the comments that I had questions about is I would have valued a little bit more detail in how different community members were leading in this process. It appeared like there were partnerships, but I wasn't sure how much that partnership was more of a recommendation versus taking ownership and leadership roles within the work that's being done. And then I remember in the application, another area that would have really strengthened the work for me is what are some actionable steps of how the workshops are going to bring people together for storytelling, because this can also be a very trauma-informed experience. And so how, when we're working with community, is there a safe space for that storytelling, and a little bit more about the framework of which those workshops would be happening in. And I'll pass it off to my second and hope this appears soon. I might need to sign out and sign back in.
All right, I am the second, but good memory. I would have not been able to do that. I really liked, I did not know about this organization. And so, not that I know about everything that happens in Milwaukee, but I was excited to just learn about something new. And that's part of the fun part of being on this board, of just learning what's going on. Obviously, a lot of this is new, but it was not surprising in terms of other places, but was excited to learn something about where I am at. The one thing that, so I loved the storytelling concept. I like their area of focus. What the one major concern that I have is the lack of local Black leadership, given the location and the scope of this project. That gave me immense pause. I think they did have someone who's great, who's from Milwaukee, but doesn't live here anymore, which I think is still good and important to, bring people back or have people be re-engaged with the communities that they grew up in, even if they went on to, particularly if they went on to have successful careers in other cities. So I appreciate that, but I don't really see a lot. I'm not seeing the level of leadership within the Black community in this stated directly. Yeah, and then I think that was mostly it. And yeah, and I think that the partnerships aren't really for me. I think that the schools they have a little bit more details, but some of I think they mentioned Ex Fabula, but didn't really talk about how they would really be weaved into that. And I think they mentioned one other organization that's kind of storytelling focused, but there was a lack of detail there.
Okay, thank you. Other panelists?
Well, I can go. I like the, this is an organization that's been around for a little while, and so they really do seem to know their neighbors, and they seem to know the neighborhood. At least I got that feeling from the narrative, and that gave me confidence. A couple of things that would have strengthened it for me. I feel like I didn't read a lot about how the artists are being selected and engaged. There were good plans, but it's like, we plan to have these artists and they're going to do this, and it sounded great, but if I missed it, I apologize. I wasn't as clear about how they're being selected and chosen. Another thing that caused a little bit of concern for me, because this is a little larger budget project, I noted that they're, of course, applying for Wisconsin Arts Board funding, but also National Endowment for the Arts funding. And it's not clear that they will get either. I don't know how much the NEA funding is, and I wonder a little bit about that as it relates to what happens if they don't get it. How scaled back is this going to have to be? And so I would have appreciated a little bit of information about that. Look, here's what we're going to do if that doesn't come through, or it's not a huge amount of the total budget, so we're not concerned. That kind of thing would have been helpful. But I really, the quality of it looked good. Connection to the community seemed pretty strong. And I like the fact that the work is going to be presented in partner organizations and offices and buildings. That seemed good. Thank you.
I really appreciated. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Carolyn. Sorry.
No, I was also just going to say that I really appreciated, the connection to the community and introducing the diversity of the people that are living in this neighborhood and this community. I think it's important, and it's important not only for the people in the neighborhood to have their identity represented, but also a great educational piece for people living outside of the community to generate a greater understanding. So,
thank you. Ginger Ann, how's that blue wheel going for you?
I got it. So everything I mentioned, luckily I think I covered everything. The one area that I did also have mentioned in here that would have strengthened the project, and I do feel there's a lot that was strong about this project. So the one area that also would have been strengthened for me is a lot of this appeared to have in-person events, and I would have liked a little bit more of the COVID responsiveness of, they do mention that they're going to work within COVID restrictions, but if they could have given even a few examples, a few sentences of what that looks like, that would have further strengthened the project and some of the adaptability that might be needed.
Yeah, I felt that just to add on, I think the biggest thing for me was just the lack of specificity. And I think it's just an incredibly hard, and I understand the difficult in planning when you sort of don't know and it feels like you have to create 2 or 3 plans, and that is hard. But it also makes it really difficult to review when like the plans, I don't know if there is a backup plan. I don't know if they, like, and I think that Ken, that was a really, really good point about budget. I didn't think about that, but also, yeah, that is also like, okay, what happens if they don't have the budget? What if COVID surges again? I'm missing if knowing that this is just our new normal of having 17 backup plans.
Yeah, and the other area that Katie, when you're talking about this, that for me, that it just hit on why I was looking for more information is because of the community that's so described in this, and the disparities in COVID care and risks of exposure and what that means for different community members. That's where I really wanted to see a little bit more information here, just because that, you know, that's happening, and how do we make sure that it's safe for everyone to serve community.
Thank you all. Ken, did you have something else? Anybody else?
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to the evaluation effort. They intend to work with a consultant, in fact, on evaluation, something that I don't recall seeing in other projects. Doesn't necessarily mean it's not happening, but they brought it out. And I also put in a note about the steering committee, and I can't really remember why, but I thought it was a good list of relationships in the neighborhood, I think. So just a couple of things that I wanted to express appreciation for.
Thank you.
I'll pipe in quick. I agree with all comments. I think this is a great project. I was impressed by the artists that they want to engage with. I thought that was I really was excited about the artistic quality. And regarding the COVID comment, I agree. And that was, you know, just to have it on record, I think that was a hard thing to consider as a panelist, because my thought is that people are approaching it in a lot of different ways, like writing what they would like to do and knowing that they might pivot if needed. And, you know, it's just such an uncertain time. But I appreciate, Ginger, you pointing out that this community is maybe particularly at risk. But I don't know. I just want to note that I was thinking about that through all the applications and wasn't quite sure how to incorporate it. I mean, for me, I didn't really have it impact my scores at all, and just trusted that the organizations were going to be responsible to pivot if needed. That's how I approached it. But I just want to note that this is a whole nother layer that other panelists haven't had to deal with.
No, that's great. And you're absolutely right. It's one of the things that I'd like us to touch on in the evaluation portion at the end of this meeting, because you all had another layer to move through for sure in your review.
And that was a specific question they were asked to respond to. So I think keeping that in mind is good too.
Yep.
But it's hard not to consider.
All right. Please go ahead and score.
Dale, you should have mine.
All right, I see all of the scores. Thank you.
Okay, that means we move on to Stoughton Chamber Music Festival.
Right, Linda.
All right, so Stoughton Chamber Music Festival is in Stoughton. All of my grants had easy locations to identify. They are asking for $6,000 for a chamber music festival in the summer that serves both the musicians in that area that play chamber music and those who like to come and listen. It highlights 2 local composers in the region and their work, and they have some elements of additional outreach that they're adding from the past, including open rehearsals, a community picnic, a children's concert, and they also are working, they're hoping to really have a local arts impact by working with some local businesses in partnership with those activities. A couple things that I noted, being also from a rural area, there's a line in here, may not have the ability to travel to large metropolitan centers. And I really note the value of that when it comes to projects that are bringing art into a community that may not have the ability to travel out to experience that type of art. So I think that's a really important component. And I appreciate their moving towards some greater outreach with their open rehearsals and community picnics. And the community partnerships also stood out to me, the local businesses, again, being from a rural area, I know that if your businesses are on board with you, that says a lot about your project, that if they have the confidence and there's a strong partnership, it's a different kind of partnership than maybe other nonprofits or schools, but it's still very valid. Let me check here quick, my other notes. I would have liked to see some more information on how they would engage the local community even beyond what they said. The local community of musicians. And the other thing that really stood out to me that I would have really liked to have more information on is they mentioned in their narrative exploring with this particular artwork, the history of vaudeville, including minstrels and freak shows and in a historical perspective. And I feel like that is an excellent opportunity for community engagement and dialogue. And it didn't really hear how they were going to do that with educational opportunities and opportunities for discussion around equity and inclusion that I think would definitely arise in relation to those topics. So I really would have liked to hear some more information about how they could do some deeper engagement. I think that's pretty much what I had.
Thank you. All right, Ken.
Okay, well, you've covered a lot of what I would have offered. I really like the proposal. I like the connection to vaudeville and Victorian history in the area and that they're trying to weave that in. I like the expansion of the work. In my opinion, in my experience, sometimes classical music can feel a little bit not so personal. And so the additions of a picnic and open rehearsals, in particular, the children's concert as well, all seem like efforts to make this more personal and connect stronger. And I really applaud that and like that. I noted that they have a surplus in the budget. I noted that they're working really hard to pay at a higher level for artist fees, and so encourage that. The timetable all seemed good. I like the connection. I like the connection to what's it called? Eyes of Home, and discreetly getting tickets to students who are working to get their feet under themselves in various ways. The business, absolutely, itty bitty was seemed like a really good thing. I guess at the heart of this for me is, wow, it looked like really high quality work. So I would just end there. I was really impressed by the videos. I like that they can, take it to video if they need to in COVID times. And two thoughts for encouraging. One that Melinda already mentioned, reaching out to area music programs. I know that it's during the summer, so probably difficult, but I wonder if they are reaching to high school music programs. And the second is senior centers. I think would just eat this up if an open rehearsal could happen there. I say that with credibility since my mom and dad live in one. Thanks.
Going off again of what Ken said, I really appreciate the Eyes of Hope, the after school and summer youth program, having the opportunity to go in, get up close and personal with those rehearsals and, ask questions and really see things from a different perspective and from a personal perspective, as opposed to just seeing musicians on stage or, at a performance, but being able to see that. And then, just again, going off of the paper industry project and talking to kids about the concept of, the arts being a career, maybe this would be an opportunity for that Eyes of Hope program to talk to the kids and the youth in their program about, a firsthand example of people choosing art and music as a career. So.
Thank you. Other comments?
I don't know. I feel like it's such a simple idea to have open rehearsals, but I just thought that was really great. I was very excited about it. I thought that was like such a simple but effective way to get in community involved. And I agree with everybody, what everyone else said, so I won't reiterate, but that one, I just was so excited about it.
Great, thank you.
I also agree.
I looked at that open rehearsal and it sort of read as though they all happen on the same day, which I was trying to figure out. I put a comment at the very end just asking that question, because if they're all 4 on the same day, it would be a busy day.
All right. If there is no other discussion, please go ahead and do what you're already doing. Score them.
Dale, you should have my scores.
My scores should be in 2. This is Katie.
This is Ginger. Mine should be submitted as well.
They are all here. Thank you very much.
Moving on to Trans Center for Youth.
All right, Ginger Ann.
All right, it's loading right here, so I'll start from my memory again. So for this particular project, they're looking at a cafe framework that is led by students, and it has opportunities for community members to plug into the framework and provide different types of workshops, events that are related to crafts, skills, and different kinds of resources they want to share with community. So I really enjoyed this particular submission because it really is coming from a community-centered framework in terms of how the space is going to operate, and then also how they're engaging with neighborhood community members. So it's not only serving youth, but it's also serving a broader community in terms of getting together and learning from each other, and also building resource and professional capital within community by offering this opportunity, a pipeline to be able to create a workshop or a different kind of event based on your knowledge, your cultural knowledge, your background, your history. I found that quite powerful. I also enjoyed that in the budget, they were paying community members that will be providing the work. The one aspect of this is looking at the budget as of right now. I would like to see it higher, because depending on the work and the type of scope, they mentioned that the salaries for community members will change depending on the scope of the project and the work that's going in. But the budget they have allotted right now, I'd actually like to see that increased even more. So that's the one note that I had for this project that I'd like to see that would further strengthen it.
2 minutes.
I'll pass it to you.
All right. It's funny. I don't actually have a conflict of interest other than I live right down the street from this cafe. So I'm like, yes, I want to. And there used to be a cafe that unfortunately closed due to COVID. So I was like, that was the reason I moved to this neighborhood, was having a coffee shop. So yeah, open this up. But I don't actually have a conflict of interest. I just wanted to make that joke. So yeah, but I was really excited about this. I'm just like, what I really loved about this, and what I didn't see this as much in the other applications, was the openness and flexibility of the application. I think there was a lot of here are some ideas, but really making it driven by the people involved and having people at the center of this, between the students, the artists, and the community. And I think there's been actually a lot of important research done too surrounding the accessibility, especially in regards to socioeconomic accessibility. So I thought that was really, really well done. I think the only thing that I would say, just given the demographics of the school and the neighborhood. I'd love to see a more direct plan of engagement of other artists and professionals that are representative of this community. I think that probably there given some of the partners, but just would love to hear that a little bit more explicitly in the application. So it doesn't really affect their score, but just would make that a stronger proposal.
Great, thank you. Other comments?
I just really appreciate this whole concept in general. This was one of the applications that I read that as I was going through it, it was sparking all sorts of my own ideas of different things that could be done in my community. And so I just wanted to throw that out there because, you know, in reading all of these applications, of course, there's, you know, all sorts of inspiration from many different points of view, but this one especially was just had my mind rolling when I was done reading it. I couldn't stop thinking about different ideas and ways to use these ideas and how beneficial this would be to the community as a whole. So good job.
I'll jump on. I agree with that. I was very excited about this application. It just captures your imagination. And I agree with all the comments that have been said, but I'll just point out that, you know, it's an example of social practice art, which is really kind of an emerging field in some ways. And I like that the lead artist calls herself a social practice artist. And I think it's just, it's good to own that space. And it's a great example of how social practice art can really function and give kind of the ownership and authority to the artists that are programming the space, really creating the container and then letting it go from there. And I feel like they're approaching that in totally the right spirit, and it matches the spirit and the goals of the organizations that they are partnering with. Like, it's a natural extension of their work that they're already doing. And I just think it's a really great application.
And my notes just came up. The one thing that I'd add is this is a similar project that we've mentioned before that's incorporating concepts from a 5-year neighborhood action plan. So just highlighting again how responsive this work is to community.
Thank you. Ken,
I'm in agreement with everything that's been said. A couple of thoughts to share, and Katie, you might be able to help out, especially with one of them. But the first one is I really appreciated Sarah's voice in the application. I felt like I heard her passion. I also worry a little bit about Sarah because she seems to be at the heart of this in every facet. And so is there someone else who's working with her in the event that she needs that help or can't carry on? It feels like a lot is on Sarah, and I couldn't help wondering about that and worrying just a little bit. A second thing, and Katie, I wonder if you have information to add here. There is a school, right? This is connected to a school, as I recall, and yet I didn't feel like I heard very much about the school. Now it is summertime, so I don't know if there are summer classes going on or if students are gathering, but I guess I was expecting, as I read it, to read a little bit more about, and we're connecting with the school this way, and we've got the teachers on board this way, and we're going to, in fact, before the end of the school year, work with students to help them understand the opportunities they have at the cafe and how they can display their art or offer this or do that. And I felt like that was a little bit of a void, but maybe I missed it. I wonder if anybody else heard it or read it.
Yeah, no, I actually think that's a good point. I feel like, and again, it's probably because I like, you know, my knowledge too, like, is filling in some of the gaps because I know the school, and that school is, I believe they're year round. I taught for them like a really long time ago now, but, or not a really long time ago, but not recently. So I think I believe they're year round, and they have like an alternative schedule. They are not, I think they're either a choice or a charter school, I believe. And but I think I agree. I think that would have made it stronger too, to sort of like, how are the students really leading on this? And I think that's also a good point, that like, it does feel like, while I definitely am excited, I'm also excited about the social practice nature of it, and that there's not a ton of social practice artists, or at least identifying that way in Milwaukee. I'm another one. So I'm always, and I feel like this is also like, just like, again, kind of going back to like things kind of tend to, the field has been around a long time, but not as it celebrated in Wisconsin in general. So I agree, but it does feel sort of heavily relying on Sarah as well. Although again, I think there's just, some lack of description on how the other partners show up. Cause like, I feel like there was sort of a mention even of artists working in education, but not quite like how they are involved. So, or I guess it just was like, they will help. So I don't know. I guess who are the other leaders in this, and how are the students showing up in the leadership roles?
All right, if there are no other comments, go ahead and score them.
My scores have been submitted. This is Carolyn.
This is Ginger. My scores have also been submitted.
Mine are submitted, Dale.
You should have mine.
And mine should be in there as well.
Yep, all are here. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to warehouse.
From Madison to Eagle River, Carolyn.
All right. So the warehouse is located in Eagle River. The project title is Connect with the North Woods. The start date is July 18th of this year, and the end date is August 15th of this year. This is the first year project, and the warehouse is collaborating with the Walter E. Olson Memorial Library, and they will be hosting a resource fair. And in a nutshell, they're going to be, between the warehouse and the library, they're going to be offering all sorts of opportunities for community members to participate in things like educational talks, musical performances, guided walking tours, a memoir writing class, weaving classes, painting classes, breathing classes, theatrical productions, all sorts of things. And when I was looking at the schedule, they have something almost every day in that time frame, and sometimes more than one activity in that month-long time frame. So it's going to be an action-packed month for them. The project budget is $13,000, and they are requesting $6,000. One of the things that they are doing, in addition to offering in-person classes, is offering Zoom classes to make the classes more accessible. And so, of course, that also addresses a COVID plan if they were to need to make changes to their event. And then many of the events will also be recorded so that people will be able to access them or, watch them at a later time. So my only question on the event, and this didn't influence my scoring or anything, but my only question is that they even said in their application that this was a very ambitious project with packing so many things into a 1-month time frame. And I was just wondering if the program would be more beneficial to the community or to people participating in the actual live events if it were spread out over a larger time frame. But I know that this is also, surrounding other exhibitions that are going on at the warehouse and the library. So maybe that was intentional in trying to fit it in all at the same time frame. But that was my only concern is it too much all at once for everybody to thoroughly have the opportunity to enjoy?
Thank
but
you.
maybe not. I don't want to discourage it either, because, you know, sometimes those ambitious projects end up being amazing. And I personally take on ambitious projects all the time that who knows? So yeah, so I don't want to discourage. That was just my only question.
Linda.
Well, let's see. I think everything Carolyn mentioned, I agree. I think this is a really exciting project. I like that it is kind of positioned in response to COVID and is acknowledging what the community has gone through. And I think that the coordination and the organization around this central sort of theme and these activities that are happening in the community and working together with the library and really building upon that with all of these other artists across all these disciplines that they've brought together is just fantastic. I think it's really great. I'm not sure, you know, to speak to Carolyn's point, I think it's really hard to know how to program anything post-COVID. So I like that it's creating a lot of energy in a period of time that's all kind of connected, that it's almost this intensive, immersive experience. So I think it sounds really great, and I'm excited that I live near enough that I can go if I can get away from my kids. I do, my only point that I would like to see fleshed out a little bit more is a little bit more expansion. I think the partnership with library and the SOAR school is a really great start. And I think it would be great to pull in other local partnerships and other outreach efforts, because I think there's a great opportunity to just go even deeper into the community, and particularly in the Northwoods where we're so spread out, but those community partnerships can stretch even further. So
Thank you. Other comments?
I think I have much to add on this one. I think everyone said what I was thinking. I do think it's really ambitious, and thinking, is it too much for 1 month, or is that going to be super fun? And also, just I don't know if they're, you know, particularly like utilizing the summer months where like we saw last year, like it was a little bit easier to gather in the summer, and obviously hoping that will be the same this year with the vaccination as well. So I do think there was, and I do like that they had a backup plan or in addition as well for those who still are uncomfortable coming in person. I think that opened things up.
Yeah, I agree. I have no additional comments.
I agree with what I've heard. The only additional comment that I would have is that I felt like I didn't see as clearly as I would like how the community was consulted about the plans for this month-long event. Clearly, a lot of people are involved, so it sort of goes without saying that they must have been consulted. But I guess I would like to have just said, hey, we consulted these folks, and here's what we heard, and this is why we planned the event. And I felt like I didn't see that. And that's the only thing that I wished a little bit more on.
Thank you. Anybody else? Discussion, comments? Otherwise, go ahead and score.
Mine's in. This is Katie.
Mine is in, Dale.
I've also submitted. This is Ginger.
All the scores are in. Thank you.
Moving on to Worm Farm Institute.
All right. right, that is me. So the Warm Farm Institute, they are submitting this application for their test plots, which leaves community and artists and farmers and local folks, or at least that's the hope. Yeah, and I think this was one of another application where there was like a lot. So they also talk about the rural urban flow, which I guess I was just sort of confused. There was a lot of things happening, and I guess I was a little bit confused as to like what exactly was relevant to this particular application, what is just like a part of the larger scope. So it was and then also I felt like there was a huge focus on like what they're doing, but I was a little bit confused as the why and the who. And they just sort of painted with some broad strokes in terms of especially who's involved, and how like and like again they want to connect like the location, again like this urban, both the city with the rural, urban rural connection with artists and location. But for me, I felt it felt a little vague. And then there was one specific goal that was saying to create space for Black, Native, and Hispanic and other voices that are often overlooked in rural communities. But I don't know that I saw concrete action steps for this goal other than just like listing of the organizations. And like kind of like, so I think they do have great partnerships. I just would have loved more detail.
Yeah, I also agree with that. I felt that there's a lot of really exciting work going on based on the history of what they've done. I'm fully confident in this project and how it would be implemented. However, it was hard to identify what it was in scope of this application and then what was surrounding it and general context. So having a little bit more of a streamlined approach to that. These are test plots, so I think there's a lot that is potentially going to happen. And then similar to what Katie mentioned here, there was this it was a vague statement about BIPOC collaboration. And what are the specific action items is what I had, like giving specific steps of how that engagement is going to happen. And similarly, how is it in leadership? How is it in all of the stages of the work that's happening? That there wasn't a lot of information there. So for me, it was difficult to identify if this was going to be a priority or if it was a hope, but not a lot of actionable steps within the practice as it's outlined right now.
Thank you. Other comments?
Well, I can jump in, and I really agree with what you both just said. This was a harder one for me to read. In some ways, the application was almost written in poetry. It was really beautiful, and yet I couldn't really get it. I love the opening paragraph of the narrative, and I get the agricultural playground. I get the Art Disc Golf Project, but I really couldn't understand Kernza. I mean, I know what it is, but it was listed as a separate project among all of the other projects, and I couldn't really understand it. I just didn't get it. And I feel like it's my shortcoming, perhaps, but I just couldn't. I felt unclear about the arc as well. I mean, the photo was helpful, so it was great to see that. The interaction with the school right across the road noted flower planting and cover crops. But that seemed like not a lot, especially given that the school was right across the street. I saw a long list of partners, and they all looked really great, but I didn't get a feel for what those partners are really doing, how they're contributing to the project. It just all needed a little bit more explanation and maybe a little bit less in some ways. I mean, just here's what we're doing, here's what we're doing. But instead it was a longer narrative, and I sometimes got a little tangled up, I'm afraid. So while I think that the work sounds really good, I like the work samples that I saw, my encouragement would be that they work to streamline it just a little bit and help it make it a little bit easier. I mean, Donna and Jay, goodness sakes, they've got 40 years of experience. So I know that they know what they're doing. In terms of the evaluation, one of the questions I had, the detour is a driving tour throughout the county, and they talk about evaluating that, but I was wondering how they really would, given that anybody can do that any time of the day or night. So I wanted to hear a little bit more about that as well. Those are my comments.
I agree with you, Ken, on maybe just having less information in the application would have made it easier to understand. When I first learned about Worm Farm a few years ago at a Wisconsin Arts Board event, I really had to just go to the website and try to understand what it was in order to wrap my mind around it. And so I went into reading this application already with an understanding of what this organization was. And I think back when I was researching it or a couple years ago, I really needed to go watch the videos and go through the website and really generate a deeper understanding of what this organization was all about. And then I was like, wow, this is so cool. There's a lot here, and I can understand how it would be difficult to explain. So maybe just some food for thought moving forward for this organization would be maybe have someone that is not so directly involved in the organization, more of like an outsider's standpoint, look at some of these questions, or maybe write down a description of what this is and what the project is, because sometimes when you're too close to a project, you see all the different facets of what's happening, and you can include too much information, which makes it not clear for someone who's not familiar with the organization. It makes it too difficult for them to understand. So that would be my feedback for this organization, because it really is a cool thing. I mean, everything they do is cool, but it just takes a bit to understand it.
I'll piggyback on that because I think this application sort of reminds me a lot of the social practice one, where there's so much energy and enthusiasm, and they're clearly, pushing boundaries and going to new places. And I think that it's the way that I read this is it's uncharted territory in some ways. So because there's the bridging of so many different ideas, the art, the agriculture, diverse communities, sort of bringing this all into a new realm, that language isn't developed, in a way that we can easily associate with, because we've read about dance and classical music and everything for years, but this is really a new realm. So I really appreciate that energy, and I really appreciate that they are making all of those connections. And I had some similar confusion around, just seeming like there's a lot of different projects. And I had to really think about this idea of test plots and the idea of pilot programs, and that it is literally an ecosystem. They're all related with these themes that are going to be incorporated through all of them. And that is the cohesion, but that's a really hard thing to convey in 4 pages. So I agree with what everyone is saying, but I also think there's a lot of really great energy here, and just sort of boundary breaking types of projects and work that I feel their 40 years gives them sort of I feel confident that they can do it, what they say that they're going to do, even if they can't totally describe it, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think that's most of my comments there.
Yeah, I feel like I am worried about the idea of like that because they have been around, they can't describe it, or like what are they doing. And then again, I think my real concern is this vagueness around like inclusion of diversity, and knowing I did go to a Worm Farm event once, and I was just and the glaring lack of diversity was there then, and I don't want to hold them accountable moving forward, particularly because I think they have named some organizations or partnerships that, so like they're clearly getting that feedback and responding to that, but how are they really moving, moving that needle in a way that actually them being around for so long is concerning to me, I guess.
And I'll just add there, because I want to clarify too, the work that they're doing, this is different, but it's in the wheelhouse of what they've done before. So it's not completely new in terms of the concepts. They've had these types of diverse collaborations before. It's very, so there's expertise built in here. But one thing that I want to recognize too, because we talk about their professional experience and being around for 40 years in their practice, which is great. And yes, that builds confidence, but everyone is always learning, and that there is room for growth depending on how long, no matter how long you've been in a practice, and just recognizing that inherent privilege of having that opportunity, because there are artists who have not had that opportunity to be, experienced with that many years, but are just as valuable in the ideas that they're bringing. So I just wanted to clarify that, because that is a little bit of a privilege when we're able to see how long someone's been in a practice.
Great points, both of you. Thanks for bringing both of those things up.
Other comments? All right, then please score.
This is Ginger. I've submitted.
This is Katie. I've submitted as well.
This is Carolyn. My information has been submitted.
Dale, I just submitted mine.
All right, they're all here. Thank you.
And last on our list is Right On Door County.
All right, Ken.
Okay, I'm spinning just a little bit here right now. So I hope it'll come in soon. I don't know if I can do as well as Ginger Ann has done. I remember, I really like this project. I think the artistic quality is high. It's an upgrade. What they're doing is an upgrade. Okay, here we go. We're starting to get into it now. Is an upgrade of a publication that used to appear in the newspaper, and they're really trying to take it up to a new level with writing, poetry, and they're working to tap into local writers to provide the content for this. The folks leading the program seem to be well qualified, strong. The judges who were detailed nicely all seem to be appropriate for this project. I happened to dig into some of the stuff right at the end of the support materials and was really pleased to find the action plan. I don't know how many of you had a chance to look, but it really confirmed my feeling that this is well planned and well organized. It was a detailed plan. And I will also add that I really enjoyed that one of the primary responsibilities for a couple of the people involved, in addition to other things, was quote unquote good vibes. So I enjoyed that. Nothing jumped out about the budget. The board seemed to look solid to me with a good mix of tenure and a variety of interests. One of the things that I recall is an effort to reach out through workshops and info sessions to get people in the community, students in schools involved, writing even going so far as to reach out to people who are incarcerated. The theme of the writing contest, the difficult year that we've just all experienced, certainly addresses a social need, a common problem on all our minds. All of that sounded good. Evaluation seemed reasonable. and not overwhelming. And I noted that the evaluations they did provide didn't include lots and lots of responses, but it seemed reasonable to me. And let's see, I think that those, I'm going to pass to my second here as I continue to peruse the notes. Thank you.
That's me. I echo everything Ken said. A couple things that stood out to me. I really liked that this was a print publication project in a time when we've been digital for so long that I like that tangible quality of it. That stood out to me. Although that said, it's unfortunate that the budget then has to be so much of the printing costs, and printing is expensive. But you know, a little more balance of the fees that are paid to artists, if possible, would be great to see. Again, I agree that there's a good team. The judges are solid. I like the outreach that they're proposing. Yeah, I think I think it's a pretty, in some ways, simple project, but could have a lot of impact and just bringing the community into a different frame of mind, away from their computers.
Yeah. If I can just jump in, a couple more thoughts that I wanted to add. First of all, I thought the application read really well, and it should, coming from an organization that's concerned with writing. So they did well there. I like the outreach to the 5 schools that were mentioned. It looks like they've got relationships there, and that's good. One of the things that I was curious about is if they are developing relationships with English departments in those schools. It wasn't noted. And I also didn't see much about libraries, as I recall, unless I missed something. So those would be 2 areas where there's still time, and I'd encourage them to look at that if I haven't missed that. That's all. Thanks.
One thing that I appreciated about this, on top of what's already been said, is the fact that they had a plan in place for if they weren't able to hold their festival in person, because they, were anticipating 15,000 participants and another 1,000 youth and things like that. But then they also had a plan in place for if they were not able to host that festival due to COVID. So that was good that they had that in place, and it demonstrates that they've been thinking forward and making plans.
This is my own, I'm just confused. So do the people who quote unquote win, are they getting paid, or are they just getting published? I just was confused by that.
There are prizes. So there's I think a first and second place cash prize, okay, if I recall. And then I think there might be a third and a fourth. Do you remember, Melinda?
I think there was at least 3, but I'm having problems getting my thing to refresh. I was just trying to look it up.
Okay. I know there were cash prizes for the first 2. I think it was I want to say 300 and 150. So not huge amounts. And I think that there were also a couple of non-cash items that were part of the deal for the people who were selected.
Okay. Yeah, I thought in the first round it said that, but then in the second round I couldn't find it. And then I'm just always, again, it's sort of the same thing with stipends in terms of just I don't know, the idea of putting things work, labor as prizes. So the overall, this didn't, trying to update this project. It's getting there. I think there's definitely value in what it's doing, and I'm just admitting on my own hangups on language, but.
So Katie, and this is a point for clarity, maybe for all of you. This is another one where there's a lot of moving pieces, although maybe not as many as in other applications. One of the things that we cannot support are contests and that kind of thing. So that is not the piece that they're asking for within this piece.
Okay.
So as you look at the budget, you'll see the artist fee, but you won't see judges fees. They're talking about the workshop, the outreach, the publication in general. So they have intentionally separated out. Like you, we have some hangups about supporting some of that.
Yeah, so I guess that's different, but yeah, I don't know.
Other comments?
I have no additional comments.
All righty. Then please, if everyone has said what they need to say, go ahead and score. And then we will take
Carolyn, my scores have been submitted.
a well-deserved break after this one.
Dale, mine are submitted.
Ginger, mine are submitted as well.
All right, when you have submitted, let's go ahead and, first of all, yay, congratulations, you have done some remarkable work this morning. Let's go ahead and take the break until 11:40, which is what's on our agenda, and then reconvene at that point. Dale, will that give you enough time?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for one score, however.
Sure.
Sorry, because I didn't realize that, so I am reevaluating.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. No, please take the time you need. And we'll see everybody at 11:40. And stay on, just turn your camera off as you did before.
Right, and just to add as we're heading out for this break, to thank all the applicants and any additional YouTubers that joined us to this point.
It's a lot of work.
Yes, and
It's a lot of work. So good job. Like I think at one point Karen said, even turning in an application is a victory right now.
and of course, observers are welcome to stick around for the whole process. So we'll see you all in about 10 minutes. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, Dale, mine is in now.
Thanks, Katie.
Got it. Thank you.
Ken, I saw that deep breath and I echo that. Good work. Looking forward to this next part too.
Yeah.
And Dale has posted in the chat.
Yeah,
that
I
which
could
you
certainly
have
share my
brought.
screen too, if you like to do it that way.
Yeah, do that because for some reason it isn't letting me open up. So that'd be great. Dale, can you wait though for just a minute? Can you pull it back down?
Sure.
Thank you. Till everybody's here.
Oh, whoops, I'm here. I didn't put my camera.
Awesome. Great. So is Ginger Ann. So is Melinda. Okay, great. So this next part is where we take a look at what you have brought, and then you decide whether whether as you look at the list of applicants, which will be ranked from highest scoring to lowest scoring, whether or not you feel that they are all, given the scores, ready to move forward and be recommended as grants, or whether there are some at the lower end that you have deeper concerns about. Given that there are only 18 that you moved into this phase 2 and that have applied, you can take that into consideration too. But at this point, why don't we take a look at the list and then see what you think from there. Thanks for sharing your screen, Dale.
Are you able to see it now?
Yes, thank you.
I'll start off here. Looking at the reviews, I felt that all of the applicants were strong. So I would be comfortable with proposing that they be recommended, all be recommended for funding.
Okay, that certainly has precedent. Other panelists and your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I like my lowest score was for Create Portage County, and I think that there's like a big discrepancy in the scores that are being there. And I just, again, I think that they're just missing some like really crucial elements there that I don't know if that's like cause for like not funding, but I just want to say that it makes me uncomfortable. Yes.
I can tell you that, and I'm not advocating one way or the other, but certainly there have been panels that have said, here's a caveat, or here is a concern that we strongly encourage you to address within the project going forward. Arts Board, can you lend a hand to texts related to this topic? That is one route that you might choose to take. I just got the note that my connection is unstable, so if I get kicked off, I will rejoin you as soon as possible. Ken and Melinda and Carolyn, it would be great to hear from you too.
Sure. I think I'm speaking, well, I know that I'm speaking from the perspective of someone who has sat on the on this panel before. I really do feel that all of the applicants were deserving of funding. The applicants that came through in this round, there were certainly some that were stronger than others. But, I think the ones that I found weaknesses in, I also took a little more time to look at the videos and photos, or research their website and things like that. So perhaps the language on their application wasn't as clear as it could have been, but then when I worked a little harder to develop a greater understanding by looking at it, their website and some of those materials, if I wasn't already familiar with the organization. you know, I really feel that they were all worthy of funding. There wasn't really any application that I would say, no, this doesn't deserve any funding. So.
Thank you. Ken? Melinda?
I guess I think that all of them are deserving of funding. I certainly didn't rank them all as highly as others. If there were a thought that I might throw out there, it would be that the Wisconsin Arts Board would, as I know you will, take the feedback, and for those that didn't score quite as highly, try to understand as clearly as possible whether it was a result of just poor communication or a component of the application itself that really needs some attention. Because I think for me, you know, I'll just say candidly, I was more critical of Worm Farm probably than any others, because I had trouble understanding really what it was. I don't have a lot of doubt that there is quality in the work. I think it's really sophisticated stuff, some of what they're trying to do. And so that resulted in a lower score for me, even though I think the work itself probably has merit in a variety of ways. So if there's a way that the Arts Board can, you know, kind of take that distinction, and for those that have really applications that are you know, some qualitative shortcomings, that would be helpful to sort of review those and see if it looks like that can be improved. If it's a measure more of, gee, it wasn't clear, obviously that's something to work on too, but maybe not as difficult a criticism. I hope that makes some sense.
It did. And we will certainly connect with the applicants on the panel's review and the comments that you have made. I will also say that the way our funding formula works, we have a setup where those who score highest receive the greatest percentage of their request. Those who score lowest receive the smallest percentage of their request, based on the formula. So, you know, implicit in the award amount itself will be, regardless of where you set the floor, will be that that consequence as well, and that result.
I would confident funding all of these organizations and projects. I think, like I said earlier, and I think you said at the beginning, Karen, that, you know, it really is unprecedented times, and it is hard. Everybody is in different circumstances, and it's in some ways a hard application to pull together. And I did try to have a grain of salt with all of them that I read in that sense. But I do think that some consulting with Create Portage County, I would feel more comfortable funding them if they did have some direct feedback, and perhaps, you know, however you can work with them to really ensure that they are elevating some, doing what, well, I don't know how to say it. You know, I think that the issues that we brought up in discussing their proposal, I do feel like that needs to be addressed. I agree with Katie on that. And so I'm a little torn on it, but I do want to see the project happen. And I think that they do great work. And I think that there is an honest intent to do that kind of work. I think they're just a little new at it. So I think if they could have guidance, that would be great. And, you know, I agree too with Ken, just the feedback across the board, where there can be more detailed information going forward on their future applications. But I feel like in this particular time, supporting these projects is really important because it's just so needed. And all of what they're doing is important work. and we're all fumbling a little bit, you know. So if they can be, if these applicants can be supported in their fumbling, you know, I think that's a good thing, because we all want success, and I think they all are really wanting to achieve the vision that they set out and what they presented to us. They just may need that extra help. So.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and I think that I like that there is that that there can be kind of like a caveat, not as like a warning or anything. It's just, you know, I think, yeah, I think I agree. You know, it's a weird, the arts have been hit so hard. So I'm sure just, and I appreciate the like, even writing this application, like, good job, because I feel like that is just a struggle, just feeling like, you know, trying to put out all the fires and keep your organization or your group or whatever to going. So I think that that's like a really and I do believe like all these organizations should, you know, deserve some funding and support in part. But I think the ones, particular ones, and gosh, I've been looking at this and I'm like, I was harder. I was the hard judge, I guess. Maybe I had to prove myself the first year on the board. I don't know. But I just feel like I think outside of being, you know, I appreciate that the intention of many of the organizations really focusing on diversity. But I think that it's a real, and again, I led with like, this is why I'm here, right? This is what I care about. This is what, particularly in the arts. And so that I was very critical on that, because I think there's a potential for everyone across the board to do better. And so I wanted to not go noted like you're doing amazing work, because you are, but how can you not rely on that, particularly for some of these organizations are newer, and then some of them have been around for a really long time. Wherever you're at, just kind of continuing to push. So I'd love for all the ones that we sort of talked about, particularly surrounding diversity and including BIPOC leadership, to really take that seriously, and to make it, to not just say it because it sounds good, and also in light of last year where everybody made these diversity statements, and actually to follow through and to really think about what that means, and looking at like your leadership, looking at your board leadership, looking who is involved. So yeah, I think as long as we can give a strong focus on that as they move forward, I'd be, you know, I'm happy to keep supporting the again, the good intentions and the with knowing that we're all works in progress.
So, not wanting to put words in anyone's mouth, but what I think I'm hearing is that all 5 of you are comfortable in recommending all 18 of these proposals for a grant award. All right.
Yeah, that's true to me, Karen.
Great. Okay. And with connection and communication from Arts Board staff, and they, I'm sure, will all be listening to your at least the 10 minutes that you devoted to their application, if not to the broader applicant pool's recording. So given that, we'll thank you again, because this was the second hardest thing of today. The work that you do in reviewing thoughtfully and generously and constructively critically is immense. And then having to make a decision about whether to move it forward or not is also fairly intense. So thank you for that. Dale, if you wouldn't mind taking this down so we can see our faces again. Thank you, that would be great. At this point then, I would like to open up the conversation to evaluating the process, your experience as a panelist, your sense of the application. I made a few notes about some changes that we can be making. And Katie, I think you said something that I just, you were talking about specifically the diversity and racial diversity piece, and you called out the Madison New Music Festival as particularly strong in their work in that area, I think. And so could I take that as best practice kind of approach to share with other applicants. Would that be a recommendation from the panel? And feel free, everybody, to unmute at this point, because this is a conversation. That would be helpful to know.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that one really, had it. There was a couple other ones I feel like were good, but that one particularly stood out for sure. And just like labeling it and really being specific and like who was the leadership, what roles were they ever having, and how they're really involved, instead of just, and I think that is a testament, because clearly BIPOC leadership is at the helms of this, and so they like know how to navigate this, and not just saying diversity because it's like we know it's important. And so yeah, I mean, I think that is also like their best practice is because it really is there at front and center.
If you think of any other best practices as you kind of mentally review the applications, feel free to call them out. The only one that I really heard strongly, just as a general comment, was the importance in one of the applications that might otherwise have been confusing in the work sample. So you called out dance circus as a really strong, here's a work sample that really conveys a complicated artistic project. So if you're comfortable with that, I would put that out as maybe a sample of a best practice work sample. Okay, great. Ken, I heard from you that you would love to have a project summary of maybe 5 sentences at the top saying, hey, this is what we're asking for. This is what this is. Don't make me look down 5 paragraphs to find that. And then
gosh, you're making me sound obnoxious, Karen. I didn't mean to be that snooty about it. But yes, it would be helpful for me to say, this is what we want this is what we need for funding. And here's some context now to help you see how it all fits together. That would be useful. And as long as I'm talking, I would also say, and I wish I could go back and pick out an example, but it was really refreshing when some of the applicants took please list the activities that are going to take place, really just listed them. Friday, we're going to do this. Saturday, we're going to do this. Sunday, we're going to do this. I'll use the paper art one as an example. I saw it was a 2-day event at one point, a 3-day event at another point in the application, and the narrative made it really kind of tough to figure out. It was in there, but in narrative form, it's really hard to sort of just quickly wrap your arms around it and then fill in the gaps as you read on.
Yeah, I think that like just maybe even a separate box for timeline might be helpful, and just because some of them had a very concrete timeline, some of them did not, and so yeah, so it's like you're trying to like, but the ones like that were just like very clear, I was like, oh great, I know when and how you're doing this, thank you. But yeah, I mean, and it's just hard too, because, and Ken, I don't think you're being too much of anything, I think. Thank you. Because I agree, it was hard, and especially like if we were reading one, it might not be that challenging, but after like, we're reading more and they're all sort of, everyone has their own way of going about it, just to kind of have some formality within the application itself might help us as readers of these to kind of wrap our heads around what they're asking for and when and what the plan is.
Awesome, that's helpful.
I wanted to add here, just going back to the comments about how people are talking about diversity and expanding their reach and the populations engaged and the leadership involved. One thing that I kept landing on, and this is where, in particular, the festival provided a really great opportunity showing that leadership and action of BIPOC leadership as a role. So having something instead like that, this might even warrant a question that becomes a part of the application process. Instead of asking about how are you diversifying your reach and including more communities, because it's easy then, whether or not it's conscious, to put performative language versus actionable language. So similar to the evaluation process where you provide examples of like different kinds of evaluation tools, it'd be great for something like that, where these are effective ways of how are you really engaging in that process. And one thing that we use within the work that I do is AJEDI, anti-racist, just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive frameworks. And so how can, what are actions within that framework, instead of using the word diversity, to talk about how that's implementing the project, the leadership, and every single aspect of the work that's being done.
Awesome.
Do
Thank
you, Ginger or Katie or anybody, have any ideas or recommendations for some rural communities that may not have a very large, diverse population, where there maybe isn't the opportunity to have BIPOC people in leadership roles, or like, I know that's a struggle where we are, and we're trying to diversify our board, but you don't want to get in a situation of tokenism, so like, you want it at all the levels, but when you really truly, the conversation is very different. And so and this is just a comment for the arts board too, like, how can we provide some guidance and structure for rural communities that maybe are starting to do this work, but the context is so different, because it has to look different. And I'm just trying to figure that out personally, how it looks and how we can, really embody it. And it's a challenge. So I don't know if you have, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a really great question. I would challenge that, yes, the populations look differently, but it might be different worlds that aren't interacting, and they might, there might actually be more than community knows. You know what I mean? Like, I think that there's sometimes a situation of how there needs to be engagement to really see who's in community or surrounding community that uses the resources. Another opportunity too, and this is relevant in all, this is relevant everywhere, but like land. And so it might not be community that's actively within that municipality, but partners to the land and the history of that. So thinking a little bit more broadly can really help with advancing different nuances of perspective within the work.
Yeah, that's a great point. And economic diversity and ability also are, that just has to be part of the conversation as well.
Yeah, I think that's also a great point too. I mean, obviously, a lot, racial diversity, is important, and then I'm glad that there was like a big emphasis on a lot of these applications, but it's also important to like think about all the like what we mean by diversity in a very intersectional way. And I saw a few there were some applications who sort of pointed out the LGBTQ communities, and I think that's a particular thing that rural communities need to figure out, and everywhere needs to figure out, but like figuring out how to reach out, because obviously LGBTQ communities everywhere, but obviously less out and supported in some rural communities. I don't want to make it over generalization. So I think just thinking more broadly too is important.
Thank you. Other thoughts, comments that bubbled up from the applications, from themes that you saw emerging, needs that you saw emerging? You've already touched on some of those, which is great. Anything that we could make run more smoothly? Anything that seemed to work particularly well, other than the blue circle?
I would just agree with Ken. I would just agree with Ken, and I believe it was Katie too that had brought up, just having some type of a summary on the top of each application. One of the things that I recognized last time that I was on this panel, and this time as well, is that I started to pick up really quickly on where the information, or what pages the information was on that I needed. So I had created, for anything that I was the lead or a second on, in addition to creating my comments or putting my comments in the fields, I had created my own spreadsheet of the main points of information that I needed to bring up. And then I would scroll through every application and I would find that information and plug it in. And so, it was just like the general information that I would need to present to the group as a whole. So, maybe just having those points already there, and then you could dive deeper into the application later.
Or, would it make sense, would it make sense to have something like that on the comment sheet itself? So you could just kind of plug that in, so you don't have to keep going back and forth from the application form to the review form, or is that not really important?
No, that would be great. I think
Okay.
when we started, Karen knows I had a really crazy month, and I was like, oh, I did notes on the form, but I kind of wished I would have had, like you said, a separate sheet or a separate note sheet, but it'd be great to just integrate that into the form, or even maybe a little space for if you're first reader or second reader to put in your discussion points just right into the comment form. That would be great.
Yeah. Thank you.
One thing I that came up for me is this is related to the diversity discussion and also some of the budgeting discussions. And this is, a bigger discussion, but if it would be great if the Arts Board, and maybe in partnership with Arts Wisconsin, could have sort of a best practices sheet or something on their website where it's just kind of, it's best practices, it's recommendations, make sure you're paying yourself. Here's the terminology around artist stipends, we prefer fees, and, just some of those key points that sort of help to actually change the culture a little bit. And, I know, again, speaking from personal experience, even around process, like artist selection process and having an independent selection panel, or how any of that works, even in some of the projects that I'm a part of, trying to explain that to my board or to some of the other boards is very difficult because they're not coming from that perspective, and they don't necessarily always understand like why that might be important or why that's an issue. So you have to kind of say, well, I'm in this field, I'm paying attention, this is what they're talking about. But if it was actually, if there was a document or, something that really made it official and said, well, this is actually the Arts Board's recommendations, or this is, Arts Wisconsin does a lot of advocacy around that as well. So I think that could be a partnership project, but I think it would be an educational tool, not just for the applicants, but for the people that they're working with on projects that aren't coming from this world.
We have a best practices section, and it is often just simply related to an application. And so to take it beyond that into just general practices is really a helpful idea. Thank you for that. That's great. Other comments, other ideas, other feedback?
I have a confession, and that is that I did look at the budget at the end of the project detail. I think the second tab, and I did go to the bottom of the budget section and look at the budget there, and I tried to compare and take a look and see if I noted anything. I rarely spent much time at all in the budgets that were linked in the support materials, if I recall, because some of those were pretty extensive and I just didn't spend a lot of time there. So in terms of reviewing the application, that's where I spent the least amount of time. And I don't know how hard it is to get those budgets in. And I don't know if the Wisconsin Arts Board looks at them maybe a little bit in the application process to try to ascertain that, yeah, this looks, reasonable. But I'll just say that was one experience I had in the review process.
That is helpful. And I will tell you that the reason we have it is exactly what came up during the Kenosha Creative Space. You're asking for a project. We don't know what last year's budget was like. We don't know what this next year's, but how does this fall into context? How good can we feel about it? And the fact that that was the lowest scored application, I mean, that piece may have played into it. Most panelists don't look at those budgets, Ken, unless there's a question. And that's why we ask them to put it in there in case there's a question. So don't feel like this is anything to confess, but it would be helpful to know whether you as a panel feel like that would be helpful. I mean, it certainly seemed from the Kenosha Creative Space that it would have been helpful, but maybe I was misreading the panel. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
You mean to reference the support materials?
Yep. So to have had the previous year's organizational budget, as well as this current year's, as well as the coming years. I'll tell you that right now, when we're talking about applicants that have calendar year budgets, I mean, this is early on. This year's budget is probably sufficient. Very few people will have already put together their calendar year 2022 budget, but they can. And we say, look, if you don't see any major changes, go ahead and just replicate this year's as a placeholder, just to convince the panel you still intend to, be doing the work as you're doing it, or you're envisioning a huge bump, or you're envisioning a backing off in your 3-year plan or whatever. So it's generally the past year's and current year's budget that tend to be most of greatest interest, unless you have someone with a fiscal year's budget that starts July 1st, like we do. And then you do, as a panel, kind of want to see how this project fits into that larger budget. Again, if you have capacity questions. If you don't have capacity questions, you're probably not going to spend a lot of time on that.
I think it's tough because there's a lot of information in these applications, and it's needed. And like you said, that's a great example of where you may not need it for all of the applications, but you need it for some, and it answers some questions. But it is really, it's just a lot of information. I don't know if it was just my COVID brain, but it was very overwhelming to me personally, like to kind of go back and forth through all the tabs and what, and you, like you said, you kind of streamline the places that you're looking to match the criteria and to answer. And then you're sort of weighting the criteria a little bit in your analysis as well, spending a little bit more time on some of the criteria that is higher rated. And some of the things for me, the budget and the evaluation is I spent less time looking at those things because they really were, for the most part, okay, unless there was kind of a red flag that showed itself. So I don't know. I don't have a suggestion, a concrete suggestion. It's just, and I know that, that's just kind of the way it goes in some ways, but and I don't know, any ways to simplify. It's just a lot to go through.
I would just add to what Melinda's saying. It really made me appreciate the phase 1 process, where we, had a smaller chunk to look at, still enough to get a feel, and then, move some of the ones out and others in. I'm really glad we didn't need to go through quite as much detail for all of them to get where we are now.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was like, oh wow, this is a lot more, and so I appreciate that, like the others 2 phases, and I'm hopefully that the organizations do too, that if they're just not there yet, they don't have to go through this long process of giving all the other stuff out. But yeah, I think it is a lot. And then, as I've been advocating for funding for everybody, I want to say I appreciate that there's like a stipend involved for this year. And I know that is new to this year. I just advocate that this is like actually really a lot of labor on all our parts. So like, yay for us, but also just in terms of figuring out how to maybe pay us more, because there was also a point where like, I'll be really honest about it, where I was like, I can't look deeper in this. I can't give more hours to this. And I would, if there was more. So, and I know that it is sort of what it is, but it's, as I'm advocating for paying everybody for all the things, I'll throw it for myself too.
Good for you. You should.
I will also say that, that we're really delighted that the board said yes on stipends, and evaluation feedback related to that is really helpful too. I will also say that we got some really good feedback from a few applicants that did not apply this year because of capacity and because they missed the fact that the deadline was at the end of January, and it's been at the end of January, but it's, this was a really hard January.
Mhm.
And so I had a great conversation with one applicant, or past applicant in particular. And based on that, we're going to be advocating moving the timeline a bit. So rather than having them say, yeah, this is the project that we know we want to do as of July 1 or next June of 22 in January, we're going to move it even, she said, and I concur, even a month into a year is valuable time. So we'll probably have a February deadline for phase 1 and April deadline for phase 2, and move it back as far as we can without crunching staff or board on this end, past a tolerable point. But certainly giving the applicants more breathing space. And still, I mean, do you think that this time you had a little bit over a month with the applications? Do you feel as a panel that 3 weeks would be sufficient if you had it on the calendar and knew that that was coming up? Regardless of what the stipend, regardless of what the honoraria, regardless of what the fee is for it, is that a reasonable period of time?
Yeah, I think it is. I appreciated that we had as much time as we did. I'll also say that, but I think 3 weeks is reasonable.
Yeah, I'll also say that no matter how much time you give me, I was always going to wait till like last minute, and I'll just be honest about that. But you know what? It was fresh in my mind. So
that's why deadlines exist, because they motivate so many of us. Fair enough. All right. What else?
One aspect that's just more of a celebration that I really appreciated as a person of color who identifies with Latinx ancestry is the use of Latinx in many of the different applications versus Hispanic. That was meaningful just because Hispanic often, it is also associated with European origins, which are oppressors of some of my ancestry. So that was a huge, I could see there's a change happening. I'm seeing that a lot in applications, and that was really nice to see.
Yes, and I just want to shout out to Ginger Ann, who's like been my other, I feel like you've said all the other things that I'm like, yes, that's what I really wanted to say that. So yes, so yes, and I agree. I've just been having this conversation too, and like screaming about the word Hispanic. Like, I mean, I have been for years, but like particularly in the last month. So yes.
We should talk.
I know, I was like, also, can we be friends?
For sure, yes, we'll definitely talk about it. It's just so important because people don't recognize that, and even the Spanish language, it's a European language, and what it means for Latinx populations and our First Nation history, being from what is now called Central and South America. So there's just all these nuances, and it's really nice to see that change happening.
For sure, I totally agree.
So thanks for that, and I do apologize because I used Hispanic at one point in the conversation with paper. I picked it up from their application, I'm afraid, and I didn't think about it. So I do appreciate your mentioning this, and I'll try to look carefully next.
Yeah. No worries, Ken. I mean, there's applications that still used it, and this is one of those that the more awareness that's out there, then because sometimes people just don't know the history. I mean, there's a lot of history that's just not talked about. So the more we talk about it, the more people will learn.
And I do want to point out too that there's like even discrepancy in the Latinx community of like what's, and so that is another thing because it's such a large community that has its own rooted in racism issues as well. But yeah, Hispanic is definitely, it's something to look into. And actually, I recommend a book called Finding Latinx, and I wish I had it right next to me, but I think it's in the other room. But it's a really great book about the history of Latinx, that word in particular, and also like it's just a really good overview of why Hispanic is a problematic and kind of detrimental word.
The title was On Being Latinx.
I think it's Finding Latinx.
Finding Latinx.
Yeah.
I loved your call out to Ginger Ann, you want to be friends. And I just wanted to also take a moment. If we had had lunch together, we would have done this over lunch, but I would have loved to have heard you all just kind of exchange a little bit about something you're really excited about in your own work, in your own community. And Katie, I was gonna just put out the fact that you have this really remarkable podcast in addition to many other things. And I would have asked for you to share something about that. So I'm thinking that the email group that comes from this, because I'm going to be sending out an evaluation form because it's what we do. And when I do that, I'll encourage you to kind of respond back about maybe something that's going on, because it would be great if you all knew a little bit more about each other and each other's work. You're all doing really important work in this state. And the fact that you lent your expertise and experience to this particular process is something that we're really grateful for. Lynn, I want to stop talking for a minute and let you get a word in edgewise if there's anything that you want to say or observe. You've been so amazingly disciplined about sitting on your hands.
Well, first of all, having sat in their shoes, I can tell you how important it is and how much the board appreciates you going and taking all these hours that you did for that little pittance of money, but it is just a good thank you that we can give you. And it really does mean so much then to all those people that receive these grants. So thank you, and thank you for the feedback. That's very, very, very important.
All right. Anything else for the?
This is awesome. I don't want anyone else to feel. I would like to be all of your friends. I don't want anyone to feel bad.
Good, because my feelings were hurt.
So let's please. But no, it's also really. I am coming up on 5 years in Milwaukee, but I think the cool thing about the cool thing about COVID is what I almost just said. There's nothing cool about COVID, but the great thing for me is that because I love traveling and couldn't do it outside of the state, I actually learned a lot more about the state of Wisconsin and just traveled along to some other areas and some of where you all are coming from. So I'm excited to also just like build connections. And I think I've been thinking a lot about that, the connecting urban and rural communities. And I think that also can help in terms of like the diversity and like, yes, maybe there isn't a huge diverse population, but how do we make it safe for diverse communities from Milwaukee, from Madison, from other communities to go to these rural places. And so I'd love to brainstorm and collaborate on how to do that, because I think that's really important. So my metaphorical door is open.
Yes, that's huge. I've been working with our local chambers and a group of different nonprofit organizations on just that topic. And I really think that the rural urban connection and partnerships and cross-pollination is a huge part of that, because you need an entryway, there has to be some programming or some established relationships that open the door. And I really think that's been a huge part of it. And I'm super open to that. Lynn knows and Karen knows I'm a huge collaborator. So Ginger, we even had a little talk about that. So anybody on the call, we're very, both Nicolay and ArtStart are organizations that are just sort of like, hey, you want to do this? Okay, let's figure it out, And Lola is too, to some degree, from what I know of, and a lot of the organizations up here. So regionally, this area is really, I'm not going to say we're ready, because I think there's definitely some folks that maybe aren't, but there is definitely a lot of people ready to start making some inroads and taking some risks and doing some new things. So always welcome. Any of you are always welcome in the Northwoods.
Great. Well,
and Lola has an apartment, and as long as we don't have our interns there, just you let us know and you can come up, and then we can all go to Rhinelander and visit Melinda, and we'll just travel around.
Road trip.
That's great. On that note, I'm not sure that I've had a panel ever talk about road tripping with each other, and I love that. On that note, thank you so much. This has been great. And you'll hear from me really shortly. But on behalf of the Arts Board staff and board, thanks. This was great. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. I learned a bunch.
Yeah.